What does it mean to live a good life? When I was young, I thought a good life would come from achieving big things. Do ABC, achieve XYZ, get to a certain bank balance, fly business class. All that is a good life. But while living the one life that I had, I realized that all of this was off the mark. To live a good life, you should not focus on what you achieve, but how you get there. The path is where you live, the journey is the destination, etc., etc. And in the end, all this boils down to values. What are your values in your personal life? What values do you bring to your work? If you run a business, what values do you bring to the boardroom? What value do you give to the customer? In the end, if you look at life as a marathon, if you play the long game, which is the only game worth playing, it all boils down to values.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Vishal Nevatia, one of the pioneers of private equity in this country. He is the founder of True North, a private equity firm which believes in doing business the right way and in building and supporting socially responsible businesses. But what do these terms even mean? I got together with Vishal in this wide-ranging conversation where he spoke about his journey from Akola to Mumbai. He's a business leader who was not born into the elites but had to work his way up. Maybe this explains the work ethic, the humility, and his lack of a sense of entitlement. You have to work for whatever you want, whether it is profits or respect or good health. And he has many thoughts on all of these. In this episode, Vishal took us from Akola to Arthur Andersen, from Andersen to India Value Fund, which later became True North, and into his personal philosophy towards living a life fueled by purpose. This conversation was recorded in November, and you'll have to wait one more minute before you get to listen because there's a commercial break. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is, how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called The Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their Daily Reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees. 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Up-level yourself. Vishal, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you for inviting me, Amit.
So, I noticed that in a sense, the journey that you made through your life can actually be summed up in one nice statistic, which is 565 kilometers, right?
Okay.
Which is from Akola to Bombay. That's
interesting.
the sort of distance. And obviously at another level, it's 55 years. And that's also a really interesting marker. And you've lived a rich life during this time, kind of in the space. And I wonder, sitting where you sit today, when you kind of look back on this life, how has the way that you look at the world changed, not just between age 10 and age 55, which is obvious, but even, maybe in the last 10 years, last 15 years, because I think what happens through our journeys is that time moves faster and faster as you grow older. And I think that might change one's perspectives, one's horizons, and so on and so forth. You get a deeper sense of mortality. You also get a deeper sense of, how slowly change happens in the real world. And you also get perhaps a different sense of purpose through all of this. So if you think back on that, what would you say?
So I think few things which one got more convinced as life went on. First was the fact that we have very little in our control. When we give our 120% effort, we are only increasing the probability of getting the outcome which we want, but we cannot guarantee it. So somehow in my mind, I've come to a number saying that if I give my 120% effort and do everything I can in my control, the probability of getting the outcome which I would like is 50%. So the fact that life is incredibly random is something which dawns upon you, I think, as you spend more and more time on this planet. Earlier, you're sort of always taught that if you give your 120%, you'll get what you want. Right from our school days, we are sold the fact that you work hard, you'll get it. You want X marks, just work harder and you will, and which is so untrue. Right now, to unlearn all of that and to get hit by reality that you have very little in your control, you can only increase probability, is, I think, one great learning. And I think the sooner we come to a conclusion and realize this, the more at peace we can be, because then you're not focused so much on output. Then we are focusing on saying, okay, let's focus on what is in our control, which is the input, and output will be what it will be. And we need to learn to flow with how life, wherever life takes us. So that's, I think, one incredibly important learning. Second learning, I guess, is that there is nothing right or wrong. Almost nothing. I'm sure we can all agree on some 5% of things which we agree are right or wrong, but balance is just a perspective. So it's just unbelievable how two intelligent people can look at same facts and come to very different conclusions. So I think that realization that really what I feel is right, what I feel is good, is just my perspective. It could look very different from somebody else's lens or somebody else's position or vantage point or whatever you want to call it. So I think these two are the real sort of realizations over the last 10, 15 years which have been there.
I want to double click a bit on both of these. I mean, both of these, resonate with me very deeply. I mean, the second point, because we don't often understand the complexity of the world and are too eager to fit a simplistic frame on it. And this also hurts our relationships with people because we are too quick to judgment, etc., etc. I want to double click on your earlier point first, that when we talk about happiness, for example, I've kind of made that same journey in coming to the realization that it's not about outcomes, it's about how you live your life, it's about the processes. Again, I was a professional poker player for 5 years, so this is something we sort of internalized, that it's the processes that matter, because short-term outcomes are mostly luck. And it took me a while to realize that it's the same in life as well, that we underestimate the role of luck and it's mostly luck. But then the consequent switch that should happen is something that I think we are hardwired against accepting. The consequent switch is that I should only focus on the things I do and not care about the outcomes. And intellectually, I have figured that out, right? But emotionally, we are hardwired in a different way, that the outcome does matter. One way to calibrate it is to say that the only way to get the outcomes I want is by following the processes and trusting in the processes. That's one way of doing it. But the happiness still feels right to the outcome, while the state of mind that I try to kind of come to is that the happiness is in the doing. Like right now, I am having this conversation with you. Right? I want to be fully into this and not care about what people say later or how the episode is or whatever. For me, this is it. The matter should end once this is done and there's nothing else to it. So how easy or difficult is that journey for you? Because especially in the field that you're in, working with Arthur Andersen, working in private equity for so many years, the outcomes in a sense are non-negotiable.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I think it's incredibly tough. And I don't think I have yet fully managed to focus only on input, right? Still, outputs matter, but I'm trying hard. And again, I think it starts from childhood, right? From childhood, we are taught or we are judged based on output, right? So if I'm studying for my school exams, What marks I get determines if I have done well or no. At home, nobody is telling me the fact that no, I think you studied very hard. Don't worry about the marks. Right? So the entire society and entire ecosystem is judging us on output. All businesses work on output. All incentive schemes work on output. Everybody is only thinking of output. One, I think because measuring input is incredibly difficult, especially quality. Quantity may still be measurable, but quality is very tough. And we are, for whatever reason, society, we always view output as a measure of success. So I think it's very, very hard. So we are trying uh, in our own business with whatever I can do and whatever our teams can do. We are trying to see how we can be more input oriented. How can our incentive scheme be more input oriented? But that's still a very small internal journey. Externally, it's all about output. And you just have to say, okay, fine, we can't change the world, but we will do whatever is in our control to see if we can bring input more into focus and focus less on output. But it's a hard journey.
You've, spoken a lot about how while running True North, and of course we'll look at every stage of your journey in detail after this, but at a broader level, you've spoken about how while running True North, values are central to you. Values are both central to you in terms of how True North itself functions, and it is central to you in the kind of entrepreneurs or business people you choose to work with, that there has to be an alignment. And I'm wondering about how one gets a grip on this, because at one level, values can seem to be measurable in terms of the way that people behave. But at another level, it is really fuzzy. It is something that you learn by osmosis, and it is internalized and you can't put it into words. Much in the same way that we get our early values from our family and our surroundings. It's by osmosis. You're not articulating it, you can't quantify it. Right? Like all of this controversy that now happens over what Narayan Murthy spoke about, the 70 hours of work, is to me almost a nothing burger, because people are just speaking past each other. Whereas I think what he is attempting to articulate is that you need deep immersion and in anything to reach a certain level of excellence. But at the same time, what people on the other side are correctly saying is that, hey, if you mandate that, it becomes toxic and dangerous. So ultimately, what I think about the 70 hours thing is that you should never mandate it. But for anyone who cares about anything, you will yourself put it in because you are doing it out of love. But so you could say that that is a value, that whatever you do it out of love, you do it with deep intensity. That's one value. But it's very it's very nebulous. So how does one build those values in an organization, and how does one measure it?
Yeah. No, I think it's a very good question. So when we started True North, we were thinking about what will be our long-term differentiator, right? And we very soon concluded that all product and service differentiation is at best transitionary, right? Whatever we can build will change. Somebody else will copy in 3 months, 6 months, 3 years, depending upon how complex that thing is. Only thing which can be truly unique to any organization is its culture and values. And the reason why it is unique is because it is so soft, right? There is no one way, there's no one right value, right? Just that everybody sorts of creates his own recipe of values. And that's when we said, let's focus on values, because that's what will truly differentiate us. So we said, okay. And that time we were a small team of 10 people. So we went for a workshop to Goa, and we sat down and we said, and we did an exercise of vision, mission, and values. And the idea was that everybody has their own set of values, right? Can we all articulate it as clearly as possible? Because most of us, we don't, right? It's there somewhere in our mind, but we don't write. So we said, let individually all 10 people sat and wrote down their vision, mission, and values, this thing. And then we said, can we now put it all together and create what we call firm values, right? So based on that, we came up with what our firm values are, but that's related to those 10 people. Anybody else who comes may or may not relate to that at that time. All 10 of us felt very close to those values because it was something it has evolved through our own values. After that, I think the way we have tried to see if we can inculcate those values and they can truly become a DNA of the organization is in two ways. One, trying to bring in new team members with whom we have values congruence. Right? Again, we are not taking a view that the other person's values are right, wrong. We are not saying we are going to teach values to anyone. We're just saying, let's figure out what the values of the new member are and do they match with what we have written or what we have as our organization. So values congruence. So we think moment you do that, you are 80% done because the person will be very comfortable because it just gels very well. And second is living those values. And what we realize that all of us want to live our values. I don't think anybody says that they want to be bad, not live their values. The key test is when there are trade-offs. When you are at a crossroad where following your values is going to lead to enormous amount of pain or difficulty or monetary loss, at that time, are you willing to stay true to your values? Or are you willing to bend a bit and compromise, think, this is too much of a price to pay to live those values? I think that's the key.
So I want to double click on all of this, and first I'll ask you to then, I'm very curious about that when the 10 of you went to the workshop in Goa, what is that common set of values you came up with which became firm values?
So I think the common set of values were that we want to do things the right way. We said we should be able to put a hand on a heart every evening, say we did things the right way and go to sleep peacefully. That is in substance. So obviously we went into details of further articulating it and defining them. But a summary of that is that we want to consistently do things the right way and go home and sleep peacefully every evening.
I've been told there's a sign in your office which says sleep well at night.
Yes. Yes. So our values are on our walls. So we have sort of got a summary, and one of them is to sleeping peacefully is one of our values.
Tell me about the trade-offs then. Like where is it that you face a trade-off, like the kind, give me some examples of where these come into stress.
Yes. So many of them. So for example, we had a situation where we bought a business, and typically after we sign definitive legal agreements, till we actually close the transaction in terms of exchange of money and shares and all those things, it could mean anything from 60 days to 1 year, depending on approvals and so on and so forth. So here we signed definitive agreements to invest in the business, and some regulatory change happens which completely sort of impacted the business in a very material way, where the value of that business could be less than half.
Wow.
Right. And we have not yet disbursed. Actually, we did disburse the money for the new investment going into the company, but we had not yet closed the transaction for buying existing shares. So there were two pieces to the transaction. One was to invest in the company as new capital, and one was buying from existing shareholders. And the question was, now we haven't yet completed that transaction. Should we just back out? And there was a discussion that, even the legal agreement for that has not yet been signed. So the question which our partners asked was the partner was leading it, have you shaken hands on that price? Okay. And that partner said yes. So then the whole question was that, fine, you have shaken hands. There's no legal agreement and this change has happened. So should you go through with the transaction, or should you negotiate a lower price, not do the transaction? What should you? Okay. And we said no. As per our values, once we have committed to doing something, we have to follow that through. And we will deal with, because we anyway going to deal with the other part of the transaction. We will deal with this just because we have not signed an agreement which is legally binding does not mean that we have not given our word. If we would have not given our word, then it's fine. I think then no, we would have not gone ahead and incurred that loss. But we incurred the loss, and it was a reasonably large number, and that was a trade-off. We could have easily not done it. And even today, those partners from whom we bought those shares, I think remember us saying that we don't know how many other people would have gone through the transaction. And eventually, everything worked out well. Even with all the losses, everything, the eventual returns we generated from that investment have been very healthy.
And was it a case of all of you immediately knew what is the right thing to do? Or was there internal dialogue? Like even within yourself, did you have to weigh it up? Was it difficult?
Yeah. So I think there was certainly a dialogue. And also because, see, we are in fiduciary capacity. It's not our money. We are managing somebody else's money. So we can be questioned by saying that it's very easy for you guys to lose the money, but it's not your money. Why did you lose it? What was the real reason for you to go through with the transaction when there is no legally binding agreement? That's a fair question if anybody asked us that question. So we had to sort of think through how we are going to respond to that. So there was certainly a discussion, but at a basic level, I think that was not, there was no confusion in the mind of the partners, and that is where the values congruence come in. I think we've been very blessed to have a set of partners in the firm where we may have a lot of differences on many things, but when it comes to values, I think we have a reasonable amount of congruence when a lot of these things are very easy decisions. And another example I can give you on this is we raised our fund 4, and this was 2010. And if you may recollect, post the global financial crisis, Indian economy also went through a lot of challenges. So we did not invest any of that capital for almost 2.5 years. But we get paid fees because our fees are on committed capital and not on drawn down capital. And 2.5 years later, we realized that we are really late in investing. We think it was a good decision not to invest. But then we felt that it is not fair that we have earned the fees. So we should return the fees back to LPs. Right. So we did proactively approach the LPs and said the fact that I think we did not invest for the right reasons, but equally, it is not appropriate for us to earn fees when we have not invested. And we proactively returned fees, and that again was a discussion within the partnership. It lasted no more than 10 minutes. And it was a reasonable amount of money, and our costs were continuing. So it's not that in 2.5 years, as a business, we were not incurring our costs were the same. Right? Even though we didn't invest, it's not that we laid off people or anything like that. So to then say the fact that we'll still return fees, because there could have easily be an argument that we get paid to invest, but equally we get paid not to invest when things are not right. And we are incurring all the costs and everything is fine. But we just felt that no, our investors have trusted us with this thing and we need to do the right thing and sleep peacefully. So I think that also another example which comes to mind of this. But at almost every other day we are at a crossroad and you need to make that decision. And now, because we have been living that for 25 years, most of that has become like, it doesn't require too much discussion. People just know what needs to be done. Very few things get bubble up to the partnership or discussion because everybody is just living that.
How much does the articulation of values actually shape the values? Because too often what happens is we go through life and we have a fuzzy notion of what my values are, but we don't actually articulate them. And I'm just thinking that the moment you sit down and think about it and articulate them, just that clarity can change you in the sense that then your adherence to those values can become more intentional.
No, very, very important. And I think this, I can again give an example. We did our firm values back in 2000. Okay? And somewhere, I think 2018-19, we decided to do a refresh. And we were all sitting on a much larger team now. And the person who was facilitating the refresh asked us if each one of us have written down our own personal values, vision, mission, purpose. And he went around the table and none of us had. Okay. Even didn't have any of my personal one there. So he just recommended that you guys should think it'll be good to do that. And that idea quite appealed to me. And post that workshop, I engaged with the same person to say that, can you help me? And he helped me. So everything was there, as you rightly said, in the mind, but just very clearly putting it down and thinking through it has made, now I have that document with me for 8 years. So my own purpose, vision, mission, values, and I think it's been enormously helpful. So I completely agree with you that having it very explicitly laid down is very important. And whoever I meet, I recommend that please do this exercise because it is going to be hugely valuable to how we live a life.
For my listeners who are now intrigued, can you elaborate what is this exercise?
Effectively, it is about defining your purpose, vision, mission, and values. So, first and foremost, the person explains to you what is the purpose of what does purpose mean, and what does vision mean, and what does mission mean, and what is the difference between the three, and what are values. And then he would ask you to just take a stab at it. Say, okay, now you have understood what each of these things mean, just take a stab at it. And typically, when we take a stab at it, we all have some sense. It's not that we are completely clueless about what this is, but it's all very fuzzy. So then he'll look at that fuzzy thing which we have put down, and then he'll start questioning us to make it sharper and sharper. To the extent where, when it comes to the mission part of it, he wants it to be really action oriented on exactly what you're going to do, how much time you're going to spend, and so on and so forth. Versus, obviously, purpose is a little larger one, which can sort of remain constant. But he just requests you to, or he works with you to sharpen it and make it far more clear, and which just helps you think through harder and harder and harder. Typically, when we think of values also, we'll end up writing 10 of them. He'll really push you to say, okay, it can't be 10. Can you pick 5? And why? Why are you picking it? Why are you excluding? So it's a great exercise in getting clarity and sharpness in your mind so that you can also action it a lot better than just sort of going with the flow.
I'll come back to this later, but let's kind of go to the start of your journey. Tell me about your childhood. Where were you born? What were your early years like? Tell me about your mom and your dad also.
So I was born in Akola back in 1969. So it was a small town. For people who don't know where Akola is, it is 600 kilometers east of Mumbai, somewhere near Nagpur. So it used to be a town famous for cotton trading business and oil seeds. So a lot of oil seeds grow around there. So there were vegetable oil refining and extraction unit. And our family was also in the same business. So I had my grandfather, my father, and he has two younger brothers. And they were all in the same business. So I grew up in a family business. Went to a school which is a convent school there and studied there in the school till 10th standard, and post that in a college which was a commerce college called LRT college. Not many people did commerce at that time because almost 98% of our class from 10th went into science because they wanted to either be an engineer or a doctor. So that's how I sort of started life. Around the same time, when I was in 9th standard, my father passed away. It was a complete shocker. He was just 43 years of age. He had just come home for lunch, and then he went back and he had a massive heart attack and he passed away. And he was the main person driving the business. So post his going away, everything, and because it was so sudden, I don't think anything was geared either emotionally or otherwise to deal with that loss. So it just took a massive toll on the family, and we had to sort of deal with the fallout of that for many, many years. Eventually, the business had went bankrupt over the next 15, 20 years, and it's shut down after that.
What was the toll that it took on you? I mean, at one level, it seems that you'd have a fairly secure family life, three elder sisters, so you also kind of, all of that, puts you in a sort of a comfort zone and all of that. But what was your relationship with him like, and how did it immediately affect you? Like, did it, like, one way it can affect people is they withdraw into themselves. Another way it can affect people is that the journey to adulthood becomes accelerated, that they feel that sense of responsibility. I'm the man in the house. What was it for you looking back?
No, I think I didn't know what had hit me. Right. So initially, I think I had no clue of what this would mean. But very soon it dawned upon me that I have to grow up very fast. So, as you said, accelerated journey to adulthood. So, I was 14 at that time. And since I remember last, I feel that I've always felt that I am responsible for everything around. And so, I think that was a big change. And you feel that you have no safety net. Even though I said I have the most loving sisters anybody can have, and they've always been there. And mom was like a rock. She was an incredibly, although she was very young when dad passed away, she was 38, right? But she was there like a rock with us. She was very, very clear that each one of us, including my sisters, have to study very well and be independent in our own way. So she really supported us. But having said that, I think it was very clear that it is something now I need to accelerate my journey to being independent. And that was one of the reasons why the shift mentally from science to commerce. Because science was a track which meant a longer path to earnings, and commerce was a shorter path to earning. So I think otherwise I had also not imagined that I will do commerce. It was always going to be that I'm going to be an engineer in my mind. So I think that's was what really happened.
And I think, one of the beautiful aspects of childhood, which too many parents kind of curtail sadly, is that period of time before you're goal directed. That, you have leisure time, you do things, everything doesn't have to have an immediate aim or an immediate purpose. You can read what you want, you can, and I think that's beautiful. And when it ends early, as I'm guessing, a circumstance like this would have kind of made you goal directed in certain ways, because you would have been like, I have to be independent, I have to start earning. And it can both be good and bad. And like, I'm just thinking aloud, but the bugs obviously are that the kind of the luxury of having time to explore different things and to build different kind of passions is not there, and that's terrible. But at the same time, the feature is that it focuses the mind, that you're actually just getting into stuff and doing stuff and thinking about the world. And so what was that phase for you when you look back?
Yeah. No, so I don't think I have any regrets. So I don't feel that, oh, I massively missed out on. Yeah, obviously, you are very focused. You want to get to where you want to get there. As you said, you become like a tunnel visioned in some way. But I think it was just wonderful. It had its own advantage. I think having dad would have been great. And I wish nobody has to lose their dad so early. But having said that, I think it just made me significantly more stronger, independent. And I think not having safety net has some incredible advantages. I think everybody should have a safety net. And it should not be that people don't have safety net. But if you don't have a safety net, I think it just puts you in a very different place. Then you just know that you have nothing to fall back upon, has its own advantages. So to that extent, I feel that lot of my learnings, lot of my things would have been very different if dad was around.
So two of the recent guests on my show, Shefali Bhatt and Biju Rao, both had a similar situation in the sense that when they were young, they didn't have the luxury of hanging around and finding themselves and so on and so forth. They had to just get down to it and start making a living to support their mothers in both cases. And they just had to do it. And when I look at them, I feel it's damn good. It's damn good that they had to do it, because I feel that they're like truly sharp thinkers. You can't really say how much of that comes from this, but they're really, in that sense, action oriented. And before and after all of this happened, what was your life at home like? Like, were there books? Were you a reader? How was your image of yourself developing? Like, did you daydream? What kind of daydreams did you have?
No, I think firstly, for some reason, reading was not a big deal at home. Okay, so nobody was reading much. So even I was not reading much. So there was, and in hindsight, sadly, that there was very less reading, there was very less music. Right. So most of the time, you'd just go out to play. The idea was to just go out and play. So I think that is what life was about. And later on, it was more about studying and making sure that we get to where. But other than that, there was not too much of a extracurricular activity, at least in Akola. Okay. Once I got to Bombay and joined Sydenham College for BCom, that was a different world, right? The number of things and options to do along with studies was just enormous. And you were just dazzled by the fact that there are so many things one can do. And it was not easy because everybody else there had studied and grown up in schools and colleges which always had that. So it was very easy for them to excel in all of those things. Versus coming from Akola, you felt a massive handicap that, wow, how are you ever going to compete with these guys? Studies, yes, maybe you can compete, but on everything else, the overall development, the smartness, the different activities, it was very tough. But it was great to sort of experience that, to the extent that I didn't focus enough on studies at all. In hindsight, I regret that. I think I shouldn't have got so dazzled by what was happening there and focused only on that and not focused on studies. And so that's how my life was there.
I'll come back to Sydenham in a moment, but first, tell me about your mom, because when I, think of the woman of that generation, what strikes me is that on the one hand, if you look at them with a contemporary lens, you're like, okay, they're housewives, they're raising kids, that's all they are. It seems very one-dimensional. But you dig a little deeper and you realize that all of them face different kinds of challenges, and the way they navigate them, that many of them are incredibly tough and they deal with whatever the world throws at them. In your case, being a single mother of 4 kids at the age of 38 would have kind of taken its toll. So give me a sense of, what she was like and what was her interior life like, do you think? And, give me a sense of that.
No, so she was clearly a housewife for the longest period of time. And I think maybe 3 or 4 years before dad passed away, she had started taking interest in the business. Okay, so she used to go with dad to our factory and had started handling some smaller bits of businesses. So she was starting to get familiar with that. And post dad passing away, I think she spent even more time and took more charge of certain aspects. But again, it was not easy for her because it was clearly massively male dominated business. My uncles were there, hardly any other woman would be around in that. So it was very tough for her. And also the family structure was such that they felt that she's going there more to pass time than to really add value, versus what she wanted to do was really add value. So that struggle also continued. But I think a single minded focus was to get us educated, make sure we are independent, we are well settled. With my sisters, getting their education done, getting them married was our big focus. And as far as I am concerned, she just wanted me to get independent. And when I moved to Bombay, my big objective was when can I rent a home so that I can bring her to Bombay, right? Because I know that her life back there was very tough. And if I can get to a point where I can rent a home and bring her here, that will be a very satisfying feeling. And that was one single point agenda.
So tell me about Bombay. You're a small town kid. You come to Sydenham, where there will be all these slick city types who will be speaking in, fancy English, perhaps. The rich ones might even have cars. And what was that like for you? Because I think one way of responding to that when one is from a small town is that you can just go into your shell and you can develop a complex about what you are, and the other is that you can just dive in and embrace it. But at the same time, I'm guessing you are fighting those dual anxieties. That at one level there is the anxiety that you want to be up on your feet and working as soon as possible and nothing should distract you, but on the other hand you also want to fit into this new world and be one of the cool kids, as it were.
So I think for me it was slightly easier because my maternal grandparents were from Bombay. So from the time we were born, every summer holidays were spent in Bombay. So even though we were living in Akola, but we had enough exposure to Mumbai where, yes, it was still very difficult and still difficult to sort of compete with my peers in college, but it was not so stark that one just didn't know what is happening and how to deal with it and what to do and so on and so forth. But still, it was a big difference. And the idea was to learn. An idea was to obviously try and see how much of that benefit, because I also knew that I had only 3 years where I can truly learn and grow in that field. After that, it will be all work, which is a very different sort of a track. So I wanted to make the most of those 3 years. And I tried my best. I think it was okay. I don't think I excelled or anything in that, but I made my way in few societies. I started participating in programs. I started spending time there. But I think I traded off the studies too much. I should have studied harder and worked harder at my studies also along with that. And that came to bite me later because when I wanted to apply and give my entrances for MBAs and all, I was not prepared. I didn't do well and I failed all of them. So that was a big learning. And in hindsight, something I would have done differently if I could rewind and do it again.
What were the kind of extracurricular things you were doing instead?
Yeah, so we had a book society. So in that we would have book readings, and then there was a dramatics society where very early steps on plays, and then there was a students union. So I was part of that. There was a cooperative society also where students used to run, so you can become part of that. So some of these things were something I was part of.
So tell me about sort of the next step from here. That you've mentioned that you failed to get into all the MBA, you failed all of them, and but then you did your CA internship at Arthur Anderson. So tell me about how that came about and what it was like.
Yeah, so I think since all the MBA options were out, then only other available option was CA. And Anderson was the most respected sort of accounting and a consulting firm at that time. And there were others like KPMG. And so I sort of applied to all of them. And in Anderson, it was a tough situation because I think they received some 500 applications and they're finally going to take 5 or 7 people. And they spent a lot of money on training. So they were quite keen that whoever completes the internship there should stay with them and not leave. So I got interviewed, and one of the big concerns they had was that since I come from a business family and the business had not yet sort of shut down by then, it was struggling, but it was that they said, I'm going to learn and go back. And they didn't want to invest. So it was hard to convince them that no, I will stay. And they put me through almost 10 interviews. Okay, to make sure that what I'm saying is what I'm going to really deliver on and live through and so on and so forth. And somehow I got through.
How did you convince him?
No, so basic thing I said is that if I wanted to get into business, I should have got into business earlier because business has been struggling and really needs me. And it is something I don't want to do. And it was not something which was part of the plan, even when dad was around. So there's no question of doing it now. And I really want to build and I said, I'm willing to sign whatever bond or anything you would like me to sign. So I think, and I guess over a period of time, interview after interview, the same thing was reiterated. So I think somewhere they either felt pity on me or they got convinced. I don't know, but I just feel incredibly fortunate. If that didn't happen, I don't know what will happen to me. Because I think that was a really, really important turning point because I had messed up my studies. I had not done well on studies. And if I didn't do this and didn't get into a very good firm for internship, I don't know where I would have landed up. So I just feel very blessed and lucky that I got through that and they gave me an opportunity to be part of the firm.
It's amazing how much happenstance can, shape a life.
Oh, yeah.
Walking through a one-way door like
No,
this.
absolutely. Absolutely. And more importantly, one of the conditions, so they make you join before your results are out for the final BCom. And one of the conditions is that you need to get X amount of marks. And if you don't, you have to leave.
Wow.
Okay. And I didn't get that. Okay. And that result comes a month after you join. And I didn't cross that bar. So that was a really tough moment. And at that time, our managing partner of the firm was Ashok Wadhwa. So he called me in and said the fact that you have not crossed the bar. So I said, yeah, I can. I mean, if you want me to leave, I'll leave, but I really don't want to leave. And I know I messed up and I didn't study. So it's not that I have any excuse of why I got a low mark, but I'm absolutely committed to correcting this thing. So please give me a chance. And again, he was kind enough to give me that chance. And then after that, I made sure that I put my heart and soul into studying as well as work. And then it worked out well. But that was one big sort of a blessing or an opportunity which was given. If it was not given again, life would have been very different today.
I sometimes think about how, path dependence can be set in motion not just by an event which happens to you, but also sometimes by a little chink in attitude, by a little, a small way in which your approach may differ from others. And I'm wondering if the fact that A, you are from a small town and you're not from a privileged family, etc., etc., and B, that you really want to be independent and you want to work and you want to get that rented home and you want to get your mom to visit you in Bombay and all of these things, that whether it set you apart from all the other peers of yours, as it were, whether in Anderson or elsewhere, and whether that one little difference, that extra hunger, that extra commitment is something that it was so intrinsic to you that it explains everything after that.
I'm not sure. I really don't know.
But did you notice a difference at the time between you and your peers?
No, I think there were four other of our colleagues, and they're all great friends. They were all in their own right, incredibly brilliant, hardworking, and everybody in Anderson seemed like everybody is excelling in everything because people worked really hard. So I don't think I could say that, yeah, I had some extra. I mean, there were people who I think worked even harder and better than me, including our bosses. Like one of the persons I've truly admired and I've learned a lot from is Bobby Parekh. Means Bobby's work ethic and the way he works is just out of the charts. I don't think I've ever got there or I can ever get there, kind of thing. So I don't think I will be able to say that, no, I had that extra commitment compared to others.
Or maybe there's a selection effect that I guess after this grueling selection process, Anderson itself would have chosen 5 outstanding people.
Yes.
So.
No, absolutely. So I think the quality of people and the culture, and the firm was an outstanding firm. I think it's a huge loss to the entire world that the firm collapsed in 2002. It was one of the finest institutions. anybody could have created. It took 100 years to create that, and it vanished in few years of controversy around the Enron uh, situation.
And before this, I'm guessing that wherever you went, whether it was in college in Akola, whether it was in school, whether it was in Sydenham when you first came, you would have been one of the smarter guys. But over here, I'm guessing at Anderson, you are no longer in that top bunch of smart people, as it were. Everybody's bloody good. Everybody is working bloody hard. You know, is that something that you thought about at that time? Is it something that looking back, you feel it just made you put in that much more because you had to measure up to your peers at the very least?
Actually, I was not the smartest even in school
You were
or in
right.
college. Okay. So even in school, I was never in the top decile kind of thing. So I was good. And like in a class of 50, my rank would be somewhere between 10 and 15, right? I was not in top 10 or top 5 or anything. College, in Akola, I did well because I had this deep desire to get into Sydenham, and that required that I had to top. Otherwise, the seats were very limited. So I think there I managed to be probably better than others. Sydenham, obviously, there's no question of being better than others because there are enough and more people who are smarter and better than you. So I don't think that had ever been a situation where I felt, oh, I was so smart and now I am no longer, I'm just one among the many. I think I've always been one among the many.
You know, when I look back on my own life, I often think that, like, I was also in a class of 50, I'd be either 10 to 15, or actually, I'd be much lower. But I feel sometimes that it was a blessing that I was not 1 to 5. That being too brilliant or succeeding too early can be a curse in its own way for a variety of reasons. You might then stop working as hard because you have heightened expectations of yourself. You feel entitled to success without having to put in the hard yards, etc., etc. So, if you look back at life, what is your sense of that? Because when I look back at my youth, all the people that I thought were brilliant then did pretty much nothing. And the people who actually got very far were those who had the right attitude that just put your bum on the chair, just work hard, just focus. What's your sense of that?
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you. So I think you certainly only brilliance, either you have to be like a genius. I mean, those are like very rare. Then you can get away with very less effort just because you are so brilliant that you don't need to work hard. But I would believe that what 99.99% people, if even if they are brilliant, one needs to work hard. So attitude is incredibly important. So even when we are looking to bring in a new team member, even at a very senior level, it could be someone coming at a CXO level. I think attitude still is something you would give significantly more importance than IQ. Yes, you need good IQ, but as long as you have decent IQ, but a great attitude, I think you're fine. But having a great IQ and a very average attitude is a problem. And along with attitude, I think the other thing which is highly underrated is EQ. People just feel that EQ is not that important. And again, when you build organization, work in team, you realize the fact that EQ is materially more important than IQ. Right? You rather have someone with an EQ of 8, 9, 10, an IQ of 5, 6, than someone with a IQ of 9 and 10 and EQ of 5, because it's significantly tougher to work with that person.
And IQ is something that can often be measurable and obvious and etc. etc. And EQ is not. People may not even realize their own EQ. Like in my journey, I think that intrinsically, because I'm so introverted and so on, my EQ, whatever EQ I have, is something that I had to work on and it came late. So what is your sense of EQ in that sense? That is, do some people just naturally have great EQ, or is it something that you can learn on the job and imbibe through the values that you see around you in the company and can figure it out? Like earlier we spoke about how articulating your values can actually shape you, right? So does explicitly thinking about EQ and having good mentors who tell you about the importance of that, does that make a difference in the journey, or is it something like, is there a sense, is there also a component of you have it or you don't?
So I think it is both. I think one, and I don't know, I think a lot of our experiences Maybe it's biology, maybe it is also experience. Nature and nurture both play a role in EQ. But after that, being part of organizations or working with bosses who really make you realize the value of EQ is also very important. Right. If you learn, you're part of organizations or you're working with bosses who just don't care about EQ and have been very successful and all, you tend to sort of undermine it also and say the fact that, yeah, it's okay. I can see my boss. He's doing pretty well. I can also be like that. Or organizations, we don't value EQ. You will just come to that conclusion. So I think both are very important. It is about how you are as a person and what kind of environment, what kind of mentors, what kind of guides.
Tell me about the early years in Anderson and the sort of bosses and mentors you have, because a lot of people I speak to who are high achievers in the corporate field, a common track seems to be that number one, they were lucky to start out in a good place where their seniors took them very seriously, even though they were very young. Like one of my friends who runs a bank tells me about how in his mid 20s, there were the top people wherever he worked took him really seriously, spoke to him as an equal, and it made a huge difference. And he was in fact reflecting that he doesn't do enough of that and he's ashamed of it. So what was it like for you in the early days in Anderson? Who were the mentors? Can you tell me a little bit about them?
No, I think my 11-year journey with Anderson, throughout that, I've been super lucky with my bosses. Right. So first 5 years, I was in tax and regulatory department of Anderson, and my first boss was Jairaj Purandare, and he was a manager, and I was a article clerk or intern in that, and a fantastic person. His clarity of thought, his technical competence in terms of understanding the laws, the taxation things was very, very sharp. And again, he treated us with a lot of respect and he really guided us, mentored us with us. There were other members in the team along with him. There was a gentleman called Naresh Makhijani, Carlton Pereira. All of them, I think, really helped and guided me in that process. So feel very, very good and blessed about that. After that, I moved in a group which was headed by Bobby Parekh. And as I mentioned earlier, Bobby is someone I hugely admire. He was good at everything, right? There was no aspect of Bobby which was not good work or non-work related. And his work ethic was just incredibly out of the charts. And even today, uh, I think we are also good friends. And I look up to him for anything which I ever need to figure out. And a lot of what I am today is because what one sort of imbibed from him. And after that was Munesh Khanna. That's when I moved to corporate finance when we were doing M&A and helping companies raise capital and mergers and acquisition. And again, the amount of freedom he gave me was just unbelievable. So I think these three people in particular shaped. And boss of all these three people was Ashok Wadhwa. And he created an environment which was highly empowering. As you rightly said earlier, at very young age, we were doing stuff which I don't think other people would have got an opportunity to for another 10, 15 years. And the amount of risk each of them took on us, right? Because we could have messed up. But they always told us the fact that no, just go express yourself, do your best. We have your backside. Which is just a wonderful place to be to learn. And to top it all, I got also lucky with certain clients. I managed to work on accounts where the amount of exposure in terms of international travel, the kind of joint ventures, the kind of businesses they wanted us to work on was also something much more than many others got to work. So again, one of those random luck factors that you get allocated that account, and that account just turns out to be something which gives you some amazing experience. And we managed to earn the trust of the client, where the client was also very happy, saying, "Okay, fine. If Munesh is busy or Bobby is busy, don't worry, you come, and I'm fine with you coming," which is just great, right? I'm just 25 years old. If somebody is saying that you can come and negotiate the joint venture for me, that's just a wonderful experience. So it was a lot of hard work. So I think all of us worked very hard. Maybe those 11 years, we ended up working for 15 or 16 years, but incredible experience. And also timing was awesome because 1991 happened. India was sort of unleashed, and we were at the forefront of advising foreign firms on their entry into India. Right. So the firm also grew exponentially. Those 10 years were the fastest growing years for the firm ever. So being part of that whole environment with such great bosses was something I would never trade for anything in life.
One of the regrettable things that happens to many people as they start working is that before they start working, their minds are broad, it's all over the place, they're interested in a lot of things. But then they get stuck in that silo of, what they're working in. And when they're not working on that, they're just chilling, they're not really doing much else. So when you speak of like starting in the tax and regulatory department and all of that, there is a danger that your vision becomes constrained, that you become a deep specialist in that one thing, but don't have a broader enough view or don't have other frames of looking at the world. And when you spoke of Bobby, you mentioned that he was good at everything, both inside and outside work. And I want to double click on that quality. Like, how important was that for you? That I am a deep expert in this one thing, but in pursuit of this depth, I don't lose my breadth. I also know a lot about other things. So tell me a bit about, what came naturally to you in terms of how you saw yourself? And did you make an intentional effort, perhaps because of these great mentors, to actually be, broader than you might otherwise have been?
So I think the problem in Anderson was a little bit other way around. Everybody wanted to be broad. The firm wanted to be everything to everyone. Okay, and we have a problem of depth.
Okay.
Okay, so and that's not good too, right? Any extreme. So I think on the margin, Anderson was anyway. Everybody was trying to do different things. Everybody tried not to do tax, even though we are in tax. Okay, people felt that is very narrow. It is very boring, but that's how the core work, and that's where I think Jay was very clear that yeah, we can all be broad, but guys, be clear that we are supposed to be tax experts, right? So don't lose that sight. You don't want to be tax expert, don't be here, right? And he brought that. So I think that really helped in the initial phases when everybody else was little less, which was more superficial. Jay was very deep, and that helped build a very strong foundation. Post that, being broad was par for the course, right? Because everybody was being broad, and it was very easy to sort of be broad and look at the world in a wider. And that's why I moved from tax and regulatory into business consulting, into M&A and corporate finance. So that width and breadth helped that movement. But initially, really going deep and getting your fundamentals strong was also very important. And I think that a lot of that credit I would give to Jay.
In the popular imagination, in fact, one of the classic criticisms of consultants is that they are too broad. Is there like something to that, like when you think of yourself as, for a moment, forget the field, forget the sector. If you just think of how one grows personally, how should one approach this? The danger of, it's a fox and the hedgehog kind of thing. The fox knows many things, the hedgehog knows only one thing. And ideally, the way that I see a good way to live life is that you are a hedgehog in two or three areas, but otherwise you are a fox. You have a greater sense of the world. So for you, what is kind of, a good mix to have, and how have you looked at yourself through your life?
Yeah. Personally, I've been more of a all-rounder. I don't think I can claim that I have very deep expertise or technical expertise in any subject. So I'm more of a generalist, which is there. And I feel that every organization needs both. You need somebody who's a generalist, who can potentially look at a bigger picture, help craft strategies, help do that. But equally, you also need domain experts, right? And as a team, and it's tough to be both, right? We, as much as we would like to be both, right? I think you have to make choices. People who are very deep and capable in their field, they find it very difficult to step back and look at the bigger picture. And similarly, people who are looking at the bigger picture, it's very tough for them to be very deep. Yes, you must have the ability to zoom in and zoom out, but can you become a very deep technical expert in one area and still have a very large? I'm sure some people do, but those are rare examples.
I also want to know about how you formed your work ethic and your approach towards work through these days. You spoke about Bobby's tremendous work ethic and all that. One, I'd like you to elaborate on, what exactly that work ethic was and what you learned from it. And two, I'd like you to talk about, how you arrived at your approach of work ethic and how that changed through the day. Because to me, more and more, I realized that work ethic is not just about the hours that you put in, but the attitude that you bring to that work. So like, even if you're doing something that you find utterly boring, like tax and regulatory sounds like hell to me, but even if you're doing something utterly boring, you do it with full passion. So so to me, work ethic and love, in a sense, kind of have to go together, otherwise it doesn't work. So I'm very curious about your, how your frames of looking at that were
Sure.
formed.
No, I completely agree that in terms of you have to truly enjoy what you're doing. If you don't enjoy, not really passionate about it, then you'll never be able to do a really good job. So, as I said, when we talked about Bobby, obviously he just loved what he was doing, right? And he could eat, sleep, and drink that and be happy, right? And that also meant that he worked incredibly hard, right? You rarely find anybody who can work from morning 9 o'clock to night 12 o'clock for decades together, but that comes out of the love and passion. And about other things are also about how you treat people you work with, right? Do you really respect them? Just because you're working so hard, you should not be feeling that others who have chosen to not be in that zone are any lesser. Right? You have to equally respect them and say, yeah, they've made a choice. Yeah, I may be happy doing nothing else, but only working. But somebody else wants to lead a more complete or a balanced life, and I respect that, and I do that all the time. So that's, I think, the other very important thing one must realize, that this is a choice. Yes, you expect everybody to work certain minimum level. Beyond that, it's a choice. Just because you're working 18 hours a day does not mean everybody else around needs to work 18 hours a day. Right. So I think that's the another part of the work ethic in terms of how you treat other people, besides how you do it for yourself. You can't expect everybody to have the same level of passion, same level of. There'll be some people who may have more than you, but equally there'll be some people who will have less than you. Similarly, some people will put more hours, some people will put less hours. As long as we all are clearing the minimum bar of what it takes to get the job done well, everything else should be choice, and we should respect everybody's choice.
And what did you adapt for yourself, like in terms of work-life balance, and what else was happening in your life in these years in the 90s?
So I think I was very clear at that time that work will be my number one priority, and I'm willing to make lots of trade-offs for that, and I just want to work for the next 20, 30 years. And it was also very enjoyable, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. So it was not something which I felt that, no, I'm being forced to do. Even though, as I said, there was no safety net monetarily, I never felt that I have to work for money. Right? It looked like there was enough. I mean, once I started work at Anderson, whatever we were earning seemed always enough. It didn't feel, no, I need to get here, then I need to have X, Y, Z. None of that was really driving that decision. And it was only when I was getting to 50 when I'd almost spent 30 years making work as my number one priority, did I say, okay, do I want to do this for the next 30 years? In my mind, I was prepared to say that I'll be incredibly fit and active till at least 80, if not 100. So I have a long life, and this is a nice mid point to evaluate where do I want to do. And then I realized the fact that, yes, I have really enjoyed working and this has been great and most wonderful journey. But there are things which I like doing, which I have sort of deprioritized. Now, for the next 30 years or 25 years, because even the transition from where I was when I was 50 to where I want to get to was going to be a 5-7 year journey. It's not that suddenly I could stop doing what I'm doing and get on to the thing. So I said, assuming that I can transition to that by the time I'm 55, then what do I want to do for the next 25 years? And there clearly, and this was also at the same time when we were doing my purpose, vision, mission. So when I sat down and thought, I said there are two things which are most important in life and which gives me most joy. One is learning. I love to learn. So I want to keep learning newer and newer things. And second is trying to make a difference to our society. I feel that I have been incredibly blessed in terms of what I have got and what society has given me. Now, I should be doing whatever I can in small, big, medium way to give back to society. So these two things are something which give me a lot of joy. So can I sort of reprioritize things in life to focus more on that. Not that when work was number one priority, I was not learning. Learning was out of the charts, but I wanted to now learn in a different way, and we'll talk about that. And even in terms of making a difference to society, we did make a lot of difference to society. But again, I thought there are other ways also in which one can make a difference, and should I try a different path to do that? So the idea then was that, okay, first, can I prioritize health and wellness much more than I have done in the past? It's always been a priority, and but I wanted to now take it to a absolutely next level and invest a significant amount of time every day on that. Second was reading. As I said, initially in childhood and while growing up, reading was not been part of our life, but over a period of time, I did realize the importance of it and started enjoying it. But given the work pressures and everything, the amount one was reading was not enough at all. So I wanted to sort of double down, triple down on reading. That was another way of learning. So I said, instead of learning on the job all the time, can I also now focus a lot more on reading? Travel. I love traveling. Again, I've been very fortunate to travel a lot work related. Right. But when you travel work related, it's only so much you do. You're sort of getting out, getting your work done. Yeah, it's great exposure, great thing, but not like going and soaking in a place truly with a view of understanding culture, people, food, music, all of those things. So that can I focus on that. And also in terms of giving back to society, one gave back by doing the right things in business, which is very important. But I thought I should also now be spending time helping non-profit organizations, either by contributing, which I have been contributing for a while, but more importantly, also helping them, guiding them to scale, get better, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the things which I thought I had not prioritized them adequately. I need to prioritize that, and that would mean that work will no longer be number one priority. It will be there. So it's not that I intend to stop working and not spending as much time, but I thought I would like to reduce that over a period of time for it to become maybe a number 3 or 4 priority and not number one priority.
Let's, go back to your life later, and let's, digress a bit and double click on each of these because I'm really interested in them. And the first of them is health. right? When I look at early videos of yours on YouTube, like 2015, there's a talk where you're clean shaven and you're giving a talk in a proper business suit and all that. You look like the standard corporate type, right? Now, right now you're sitting here, you're wearing, you're dressed completely differently. You're informal. You are clearly ripped, incredibly fit. I can see your tattoos, and if you're open to talking about them, I'd love to know what they are and why you got those particular tattoos. And you mentioned that you're eating only 2 meals a day and you're much more conscious about all of these things. Tell me a little bit about your health journey, because I think another mistake that we made, and that I certainly make, and you could argue I'm continuing to not pay enough importance to, is that we will pride ourselves on our excellence in our professional field. We might even pride ourselves on our knowledge of the world, but we will utterly ignore ourselves, and that self knowledge simply won't be there. And self knowledge, of course, has many dimensions, and one of them is health. So tell me about when you started thinking about it seriously, and when you sort of, what prompted you to kind of make it into a project, and what are the really important things you learned about health?
So I think I've always been conscious about health. So, for example, when I was doing CA, you get 3 months leave to study for the exams and balance time you're working. So, in those 3 months, everybody would study 18, 19 hours a day, just sitting on the chair. And pretty much by end of second month or third month, everybody's having a back problem. Right. But for whatever reason, I was very clear that this can't happen. So I would make sure that I go for my walk, I do my stretches, and so on and so forth. And I've been walking 20, 30 kilometers a week for a very, very long time, thinking that that is good. And that is what fitness is all about. I used to think. So, in terms of being aware that without being healthy and fit, you can't do anything, I think that realization is a very old realization. But what changed in 2015 around that time was that I suddenly came to a realization through a friend, because I was working with a friend at that time, that my bar for what I thought was fit and healthy was really low. It was very interesting when I first met my trainer. And this was a friend. She was using that trainer, and then I also used the same trainer. So we went on a fitness test. So he asked me before starting, so what do you think is that? I said, yeah, I can walk 20, 30 kilometers without a sweat. No issues. So maybe I'm 5 on 10, kind of, or maybe 6 on 10. I said, okay, we'll see where you are. So they put you through all the things in terms of endurance, strength, flexibility. And he concluded that I was some 1.5 on 10.
Wow. Wow.
Okay. So that was a real uh, shocker. And after that, I've been working with the same trainer for the last 10 years. And it's just been unbelievable on what our body is capable of. Right. There is just no limit to what we can do and what level of fitness we can be. It's all about how much effort we put in. So every target we take, if we keep at it, we can double it later. Even now, I think I am 5 times fitter than what I was 10 years ago, but I think I can easily double, triple it from here. And there again, it's a journey. There is just no end. It's just about how much we want to. And the joy of having that level of fitness where you can pretty much do what you want is really amazing. So I think I have tasted that success of, it's all about how much effort we put in. And I really enjoy being fit now. And the bar is very different. So earlier also I thought I was very fit, but that was a very low bar. And now I think the more you get into it, you realize that there's a lot more one can do on each of these vectors, which is endurance and strength and flexibility.
So, how did your lifestyle change as a result of this? In the sense, how much of your time went into fitness, and in what ways? Like, obviously, you figured out that walking by itself does nothing. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
so.
So I think one thing one concluded the fact that strength is incredibly important. Strength training. If you don't have time, least you should do is strength training, not walk. Ideally, you should do both. But suppose you can't do both. Strength training, and I think it's highly underrated. We just don't appreciate. There are a lot of misnomers saying that, oh, if I do strength training and I stop it, something will happen to me, or it is not good for me, and all kinds of things. But strength training is super critical. And that requires a trainer, because I think doing it by yourself, you can end up hurting your things. So having a trainer and doing strength training is very important. So I think that is one thing which changed a lot. And having a trainer also meant that you're more disciplined. I still feel I'm not as disciplined as I need to be, and I'm getting better. And that's one of the big grouse my trainer has with me, that I'm not as disciplined as he would like me to be in terms of going for the workout. So I typically would work out now between 4 to 5 days a week, 4 days with him and 1 day on my own in terms of cardio. But he would like that to be at least 5 days with him and 1 day of cardio. And don't work out when I travel. That's a big problem. Because the moment you stop working out, you just drop your fitness materially. So if you have not worked out for a week, when you come back, it's going to take you 1 week to get back to where you were. If you are away for 2 weeks, it's going to take you 2 weeks to get back to where you were. So it really drops very sharply. And that's his main complaint, that you're not able to consistently keep climbing, because you keep dropping, then we come back, then you travel, then we drop again. So the curve of improvement is a very not as steep as it should be. So I think that's something I need to, but it's just a wonderful. And second is about obviously diet. How conscious. Again, I don't think I was I was having bad diet, or I was eating a lot of junk food or eating bad things. But our whole understanding of what is good for us, I think, is evolving very rapidly. Even today, we don't understand fully what is right for our body. The fact that how much protein is required itself is a massive amount of debate. What kind of diet is right? So I keep experimenting. So every 3 to 6 months, I try out a different thing to see. And each body is different. So there's no one diet which works for everyone. So we all have to try what suits us, listen to our body. We have sort of stopped listening to our body. Our body gives incredible amount of signals and tells us what is good for us, but we don't listen. So learning to listen, and then eventually sleeping well. And that's something I feel I've been very blessed, that I can go to bed, put a hand on my pillow, and I'm off to sleep. And I can sleep 7, 8 hours without a problem, which is great, right? Not many people get that good sleep, and that is so important for good health.
What are your big learnings in terms of diet? Like, what did you learn about yourself? Like, I tell our mutual friend Ajay often that the typical Gujarati vegetarian diet is basically meant to optimize for diabetes,
Right.
because it's starch, sugar, added
Yeah,
sugar,
yeah,
etc.,
yeah,
etc.
yeah.
So, what are your learnings on what works for you and what is optimal for you?
One is, I think, eating less. I think all of us eat much more than we need to eat. And it's amazing how we need very less food. Okay. So that's one. And what is less, I don't know, because currently, based on my own estimates, and those estimates itself are up for debate, I think I consume no more than 11, 1200 calories a day. Okay. With all my workouts, with everything, I'm still not losing weight. And I have no energy problem.
And how is this broken up in terms of proteins, carbs, fat?
So again, it's an experiment. So currently I'm on a experiment where I don't want to eat non-veg.
Hmm.
So there was a time when so I used to eat eggs for breakfast, and then either chicken or fish for lunch. And between that, have at least 100 grams of protein. Now I'm down to 30.
Hmm.
Okay. And this was based on the sort of advice of my trainer. He's a vegetarian,
Hmm.
right? And his body fat is 12%,
Oh.
right? Incredibly fit and chiseled. And he's 50 years of age. So he's not someone who's very young. And you just look at him and you say, wow, I want to be like him. And he's been saying you don't have to eat non-veg, you don't have to do any of that, and don't worry about protein. Eat vegetarian, and in that you try and make sure you eat as much. So he doesn't eat wheat and so on and so forth. So he said, be careful on that, but try and eat as much. But how much ever you focus, if you have a vegetarian diet, it's and no eggs, very tough to get beyond 30 grams of protein a day.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you add eggs, maybe you can get to 40, 50. So he said, try it out. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, you can always change. And I've been on it for 6 months, right? And I'm not seeing any change in my strength. I'm not seeing any change in my this thing, and my inflammation has gone down materially. Not that it was bad, but when I did my blood markers, I realized that it has gone to an incredibly low zone, because vegetarian diet is less inflammatory than non-vegetarian diet. So I am also not sure what that ratio should be. So I just keep trying different things. So now I'm going back to little higher protein. So I'm now going to try 50, 60 grams. So I think it'll just be an experiment. There is no clear answer to what it is. But one thing is clear, that being vegetarian makes me at least feel lighter. It is reducing my inflammation. So I would like to be as much vegetarian as possible. Although I love eating non-veg and I want to not give it up completely, but be as veg as I can.
Let's talk now about food for the mind. You spoke about reading and how you're trying to revitalize or vitalize, a sort of a reading habit. And I did this episode with the economist Soumya Dhanraj, who was from a very humble background. Her parents were factory workers and so on. And one thing that struck me was, obviously in her childhood she had no access to books. She wasn't reading at all. And I would have thought that that's a huge bug, that's a huge obstacle to overcome. But what I then realized was that in her case, it actually turned into a feature, because when she did get to the world of knowledge, she was asking much better questions than anyone else around. She was not taking any, bedrock of knowledge for granted, and she would ask basic questions in college, like, what is a stock market? Why does it exist? What does it do? And I feel that that was a huge feature, because then it helps you get to the essence of everything without taking things for granted, and the reading then becomes focused, and every bit of it kind of begins to matter. So tell me about your journey when it comes to reading. Like, I imagine a significant part of your early reading would have been goal directed for whatever course you were doing or whatever purpose you had. But and after that, a chunk of your reading would also have been because you get interested in an area and you want to find out more about it. How did you evolve to thinking about it, and what is the kind of reading that you do? Do you how does your intentionality towards reading manifest itself? Like, do you put aside hours in a day that itna to padna hai? Like, how does it work?
Yeah. So first and foremost, I think I have still not developed the appreciation for fiction. Okay, so I can't really read and appreciate fiction, which I want to, and I will hopefully someday
I will help you.
learn to do that, because I think it is very important. But for some reason, similarly, I think that since childhood, I never figured out the humor behind comics, right? Which I think is bad. I think comics are a great thing, and one should have figured out the humor behind. So I think those two are still not part of my reading or something which I appreciate and enjoy. So most of my reading is around current affairs, economics, biographies, history, right? So that's what. So for, I think almost about an hour to hour and a half, or maybe even 2 hours, go in just catching up with the magazines, newspapers, articles, those kind of thing, and then maybe another hour, hour and a half on books.
Every day.
Yeah.
Wow. So 3-4 hours you're actually.
Yeah. So I think maybe if you average it out, because it's not average would be more like 2-3 hours. My aim is to get to 3-4 hours. Some days I do manage to get to 3-4 hours, but there are days when I don't. So I would probably average it to 2-3 hours, which is there per day.
Amazing. And let's sort of talk about, the third thing that you mentioned, that you're thinking more about and spending more time on, which is travel. And I would imagine that with all of the things that we mentioned, it actually it requires or demands or calls for almost a certain kind of intensity and focused thought. That at your work, obviously you want to be intense about it, you're focused on it. If you're focusing on your fitness, again it is, your full steam ahead. Ditto with reading, it's all concentration, whereas travel in a sense just helps you relax the mind and get into almost the opposite space, as it were. So tell me about your journey with travel, as it were.
So I think travel is something I've always been very interested in, but given time limitation, sometimes you could do, sometimes. And most of the travel was nature related. So I'm not too fond of being in cities, not too fond of going to museums, art galleries, so on and so forth. It's all about being with nature. And for the last 10 years, I've also been spending a lot more time on trekking. So I like to go to the mountains, go on treks, which could be day treks to 15-day treks. And given a choice, I would do at least 2 long treks a year. It's not been happening, and COVID also disrupted it. Plus, even last 2 years, I haven't done that long, just done one of them. So being with nature, being out, seeing as less human beings as possible in the place I go is something which I really enjoy, because I think otherwise everything else you're always with a lot of people, and obviously we live in a city which is incredibly dense. At work also you're constantly interacting with people, and by nature I like to be by myself and have a lot of me time. So I think in that sense, being with nature is something very soul satisfying.
Do you feel like a different person when you go on these treks? Like, do you sometimes think that if one or two things happen differently, you're living a completely different life, doing a completely different thing? Like,
Absolutely. So I think it's a different world. And one of the things I find is time. Like when I meet people there, they're just not so fussed about time. Most of them don't even have a return ticket back to when they're going to go. They say it's an open ticket. We'll figure out when we want to go. And as you are on trek, sometime weather will be bad and you're stuck and you can't move that day. And I'm getting stressed saying that I have a flight to catch. I need to complete the trek on this day so I can get back. They're wondering, "Ki, what's wrong with me? Why did I come? Why am I on this trek if I don't have time?" Which is a very different state of mind. And you just look at that and say, wow, that's a very interesting way of living life. And someday I hope to not make time such a big constraint or such an important factor where I'm constantly optimizing for time.
how do you get to that? Because given that, like, if if you want to spend 3-4 hours reading, if you want to do your fitness stuff, and your trainer's on your back saying, "Boss, we gotta work out," and you also have your business to run, obviously, which is still running. How does one do that? Because I would imagine that for a large part of your life, a lot would have been driven by the calendar, by
Yeah.
just.
No, of course. I think the entire life I feel has been, I'm only optimizing time. And in some way, which is not a great thing to happen in Anderson, you bill by the hour. Okay. And our charge out rates were really expensive. So the clients demanded the fact that they get the productivity or the output from there. And we had to be so at the end of the day, we were supposed to do a time report where we had to account for every hour we spent in office and charge it to a client. So that just brings a very different level of sensitivity to time. And since I was almost born in that environment, it sort of becomes your DNA. You start thinking like that even outside office. You're just valuing your time like nobody's business, which has its advantages. But equally, I think it's not necessarily very good. At some point of time, you have to get off that treadmill or whatever you want to call it. And I think I'm trying to see how I can, that will be one of my desires, that can I reduce the number of things I want to do where time is not at such a premium.
And from my vantage point, I'm actually really jealous of that kind of a calendar bound life, as it were, because I'm thinking that my biggest problem is discipline. So if I optimize for solving that, calendarization really does. And in fact, this is a trick that I have only begun kind of using, where if there's something I want to do, I'll just put it on the calendar and make it happen, and etc. etc. But I can also, and so I need more of this, and I see why this is attractive. And it's not just, I don't need more of this just in terms of that boring word productivity, but just to be able to do the different things I want to do. What you are saying is that you're also feeling the flip side of it, that there is.
Oh, absolutely. So I think I need to be less disciplined. So on certain things, not on everything, there are certain things I'm not disciplined, but many things I need to just go with the flow.
What are you missing? What have you missed?
Yeah. So I think I miss doing things spontaneously, right? Everything is planned. Because you're trying to optimize, you can't take chances of saying, okay, I'll generally get up and do something. And I think there is a lot of value and a lot of joy in. So I really admire people who can do things spontaneously, who don't need to plan. They can just get up and do something. And for me, my mind just doesn't accept that I need to plan. And I'm trying now to plan less. Obviously, at work, you need to be very planned, but other than, at least, can my non-work life be less planned? And I can just go with the flow, do things, be more chilled. Not that I'm feeling the strain. I don't feel stressed that I'm planned, but I just feel life is very planned.
What's the last spontaneous thing you did?
I don't think so. I've done anything spontaneous.
What's the last spontaneous urge you had? Something you would have done, but hey, there was a calendar.
No, I don't. I don't even think any spontaneous urge comes to me just because I'm so programmed
Yeah.
to think in a disciplined manner. So I don't think anything spontaneous has happened, or even an urge has come to me, and I want that to happen.
What does your family feel about this? That everything is blocks of time and
Yeah, I think they also wish that I had more time and I could do things more spontaneously.
let's spontaneously take a break, and on the other side of it, we'll go back to talking about your life. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm still here with Vishal. We took a brief lunch break, and before the break, I'd ordered him some non-veg things, and then to my horror, I heard him talking about his, new dietary preferences, but he did have the kebabs, I am pleased to note. Let's go back to talking about your journey. And I'm also interested in, while you go through this period of time at Arthur Anderson, the 11 years that you spend there, you're learning a ton of stuff. What is now your vision of what you want to do as life goes on? Like, what is a story you're telling yourself about yourself?
As I said, I prioritize my first 35 years of life, of professional life, saying that I want to focus largely on work and everything else comes later. I think for the next 35 years, I want to prioritize other things, as we talked about wellness, about learning in terms of reading, travel, giving back to society in terms of working with NGOs, either in terms of financial contribution or actually spending time with them to scale them up and things like that. So I think that's what I would like to
No, I was asking about how during the Anderson years you saw yourself. Like, what was the story you were then telling yourself about what you want to do? Like, did you mark out, say, private equity as something you'd
No,
want to
no, no,
do?
no.
Did you ever think of entrepreneurship? Who were your business heroes?
Yeah. So I don't think I really thought about. I just wanted to do well at whatever I'm doing. Right. So when I was at Anderson, the idea was that if I'm in tax or I'm in business advisory or I'm in corporate finance, just do well in it and let things evolve as they do. And when I was in corporate finance, I realized that we were working and advising clients on fundraising, or we were advising on M&A, where we would spend a year and a half working with the client, building a whole plan for the business. But once the deal was done, we had nothing to do with it. That's when I realized that what I would like is not only build that plan, but also find a way to remain connected with that plan in some shape or form for longer term to see if that is really working out. And also felt that just doing a deal is nice, it's enjoyable, but it'll be more enjoyable if we can truly build some business. And that was a time when private equity was about just starting in India, and we had started advising clients on raising private equity. So I felt that if I have an opportunity and I can go into private equity, it will not only allow me to continue doing deals, working on deals, but also then follow that through and help build businesses.
So tell me about how India Value Fund, as it was then called, it later became True North, how that sort of came into being. Like, you're still pretty young at this point. You're in your late 20s, about to touch 30. But how does it come into being, and what are your thoughts about it?
So I think when I was in corporate finance, and I said this was when I was about 28, 29, I started working with private equity funds where our clients were raising money from them. And the idea was that can we find a way to get into private equity? And I started applying to different private equity funds. And at that time, Ashok Wadhwa, who was the managing partner of Anderson, by then had left Anderson and started his own consulting firm or investment banking firm called Ambit Corporate Finance. He had partnered with Gary Wendt, who used to be the CEO and chairman of GE Capital globally. So he was like one of the most respected finance professionals globally in mid 90s. He had built GE Capital from a $1 billion balance sheet into $300 billion balance sheet. It was contributing to some 40% of GE's bottom line
Wow.
at that time. So he was a global icon. And he was leaving GE Capital and setting up his own fund. And he partnered with Ashok Wadhwa and HDFC in India to set up that fund. So I think I had expressed my desire to Ashok that I would like to be in private equity. So when this was happening, he got me to interview with Gary Wendt, and I think they selected me to be the CEO of the firm. And I think a lot of the sort of reason why I got selected was because of Ashok, where he had experienced me in Anderson and he felt that I will be probably be a good CEO. And I don't know why he did that, because I had no private equity experience and I was only 30 years old. And but I was offered the job and I took it. And very soon, this was maybe August of 99. And I joined, and by early 2000, maybe Jan 2000, Gary decided not to do this venture because he took up another very important position back in the US to become CEO of a very large corporation. And he decided this venture is not something he wants to pursue. And that was the end of that venture. And we could have all wound up and gone back to doing whatever we wanted to do. But once again, at that time, I had a discussion with Ashok and Mr. Parekh at HDFC saying that even though Gary is gone and he was the one who was going to bring in all the capital, can we try raising our own fund? And at that time, not too many private equity funds were raised in India. Most of the money was either foreign or balance sheet capital of some large institutions like IDBI, ICICI, UTI. So the question was that, is it even possible to raise domestically a private equity fund from Indian institutions or Indian family offices? So he said, we'll give it a try. Because otherwise, obviously, the answer was very clear to go back to a job. And I was hoping Anderson was going to take me back at that time. But I thought we should try this. And I think once again, for whatever reason, both Mr. Parekh and Ashok decided to back us as a team and said, "Ki, no problem. Let's try this." And HDFC said that they will become the first investor in the fund. And which was a big deal because if we can go and tell other people that HDFC has trusted us with money, that brings huge amount of credibility. And Ashok also supported the whole thing with all his network and credibility. And we were probably the first private equity fund to be raised domestically in India. And we raised a small amount. Our target was to raise about $50 million. But after a lot of effort, we could get to only $35 million, but we started off with that. So that's how the venture started.
And I'm thinking, in a sense, for you, was such a great leap into the unknown. Was it the case that, you know, that had that whole process not happened where Gary wanted to start something and Ashok said, why don't you come on? Had that process not happened, is it fair to say that your mindset may not have shifted to thinking like a CEO and a semi-entrepreneur in the sense, and you could just have been satisfied following the same trajectory which you were at Arthur Anderson? Or do you think that you were always the kind of person who would have struck out, who would have seen something bigger to be done and would have struck out and done it anyway?
I don't know. I think it's a tough one. So I don't really know what would have life been. If Gary stayed, if Gary was not there and not setting up the venture, maybe private equity would have not happened.
Okay.
Right? I don't know if I would have got a job, I would have got there, I would have continued in consulting. One doesn't know there. And even after doing the venture and getting the job as a CEO, if Gary continued, we would still be working for Gary and not having our own firm. Right? Which would have also been a very different life. We would have been in private equity, but finally, all those calls of building the firm and decisions and all would have probably been made by Gary, and we were all playing more of a supportive role. So both those things would be very different. One, would you be in private equity? I don't know. Second, if Gary was still leading the firm, we would still all be supporting Gary and not really having our own firm.
Couple of questions. First question is that you're 30 years old. They decide where they basically have the best talent available to them at a moment's call, but they decide to make you the CEO. Why do you think that is, if you look at it dispassionately? Like earlier today at lunch, we were chatting about clarity of thought, and you were telling me that you feel that so few people have clarity of thought, even people who are incredibly knowledgeable, incredibly successful, but this is a tremendously rare commodity. So I'd like you to define it for me, and I'm thinking that the reason, the possible reasons, looking at it from the outside, how someone like you would have seemed a good fit for it is, A, that clarity of thought, and B, also there definitely would have been some kind of vision that came along with that, and also some leadership qualities that they're saying, okay, this guy's going to be a CEO, and even if he's much younger than the people he'll be working with, he'll manage because he is like this. So I know that at one level you don't want to be immodest and look back on your younger self and etc., etc. But at the same time, there's clearly something that they saw that there's going on there. So
Sure.
Tell me about that.
So first and foremost, I think because Ashok had seen me closely, I think he had a point of view. Even though I may have certain qualities, if I went for an interview and expected. See, ideally, if I have those qualities, then anybody should be willing to hire me, right? But I don't think I would have cleared many of those bars of getting into private equity fund, because first and foremost, most private equity funds would want you to be educated in a highly pedigreed firm, a highly pedigreed institution. So either you need to be from Harvard, Stanford, IIT. Without that, I think your resume just doesn't even move forward. Right. So clearly I didn't have that. So I would have not crossed that bar. After you're educated in any of the really top premier institution, you need to have worked for some time in maybe at least a McKinsey or a BCG. Accounting firms or consulting firm are not necessarily seen as the first place where people want to hire from, or people need experience that you have been in private equity, highly successful, some track. None of that. I would have ticked those boxes. So clearly, I don't think anybody else who would have given me a chance to be here, other than someone who has actually worked with me, where they have sort of seen. I have never had that conversation with Ashok, and maybe I should have someday to figure out what he thought and why he took that leap of faith. But if I have to ask myself whether maybe it's just the commitment and saying that he's going to give his 120% to making it happen, and he's going to eat, sleep, drink the firm or the business, or and put the interest of the firm ahead of personal interest. Maybe the reason why he felt comfortable trusting me and recommending that I should be the C.
Did you have clarity of thought in those days?
I would think so. Yeah.
And what would that entail? Like, what would you see that somebody without clarity of thought would not see?
Oh, no, I think more than the difference in seeing is that I could see that better and faster than others.
Mm.
Maybe others who have less clarity of thought also eventually see the same thing, but they would see that after going through a little more circuitous route and getting little more lost around the noise, versus I may be able to get to the core in the shortest and a more efficient.
And what are the qualities that go into clarity of thought? Like, would it, for example, involve having frameworks which help you see differently, or would it be like the ability to zoom out and be able to see the bigger picture? What are the sort of, like, is it intrinsic or can it be learned?
This is a question I've been really struggling to answer, because clearly one recognizes the importance of clarity of thought, right? And one would like to have as many team members as possible who have clarity of thought. So whenever we are looking to onboard any member in our team, having clarity of thought is right up on our agenda, right? But assessing that without working with the person is not easy. You can do interviews, you can do case studies, but it's still tough. But yeah, you can still get it. But how does one inculcate that is something I just have still searching for that answer, because clearly very few people have it, right? And people who have it, you can figure that out. But others who don't have it or have it to a varying degree, is there a way to get them to be better? Is an answer which I'm still searching. And if we can find that answer, it will be so valuable to any organization, because then you can truly train people to be more clear headed, and that will hugely benefit in all decision making.
Can you illustrate what you mean by clarity of thought, maybe with some particular example or situation where it would have come up and where you can make it out? Like earlier when we spoke about values and you spoke about that example where something changed in the regulations, but you had a certain clarity as far as your values are concerned to know that, this is the thing to do. So I'm assuming that when you mean clarity of thoughts, it means in a similar sense that you have a clarity that lets you get to the answer really quickly without agitating over it too much. So can you illustrate that for me with any example?
Yeah. So, for example, Let's look at an industry. Is an industry or a sub-segment of the industry attractive from an investment opportunity perspective? You can look at many drivers, and it's easy, it's complex. So how do you, in the end, make that decision that yes, this is a attractive industry to be? So if you give that sort of a brief to a member who is very clear in thinking and give a brief to another member who is not so clear in thinking, you will get two slides, one which will have huge amount of data and very cluttered, right? And the answer. And the second one, which has very little data and has the same answer, but very, very sharp. So, for example, someone who is very clear thinking may say what is most important when we think about an attractive industry is first the size. Is it a large industry where you can truly build a very large business? Second, is it growing? So when you have a business in that, are you growing because the whole industry is growing, or are you going to fight for market share? Because fighting for market share is materially tougher than growing with the tailwind of the industry growth. And third, is it structurally profitable? Right? So if you really boil it down, these three things can pretty much give you, I mean, obviously there can be smaller other aspects to that, but broadly, these three things can give you that answer. Equally, when somebody is not clear on what, they will have many things in that, oh, what are the industry barriers? What are the moats you're trying to build in the industry? What is the value proposition? And so many things. They'll come with some 20 different things trying to figure out it's attractive or no, and different indicators will lead you to different conclusions. But if you remove all the ones and say, okay, these are the three things, which is size of the industry, how is it growing or not growing, and it's structurally profitable, that pretty much encompasses a lot of other things and gets you to that answer very sharply and clearly.
And I guess the process sounds like what you're basically doing is you're cutting the clutter and you're getting to the essence of it. And the quicker you get to the essence of it, the clearer the thinker you are. And is that a function of experience, or is it also a function of, being that kind of thinker who can just straight away
I would,
find the.
yeah, I think it is something to do with how one is grown up. I don't know how much it is biology and how much it is sort of nature or nurture, but it is not only about experience. You can see this very early days, even an analyst. If you have working with 5 analysts, you will see some of them are more clear thinking and some of them are less clear thinking. And same thing you can see in a partner with 25 years of experience, that some of them are more clear thinking and some of them are less clear thinking. So I think it is something to do. And again, that is an answer we've been trying to see if we can figure out how much of it is intrinsic, which cannot be trained and it's just there in a person inherently, or how much of it is trainable, or how much of it is. So we really don't have that answer.
So, we've seen the role that circumstance plays in your life, especially the huge lucky circumstance of, getting into Anderson 5 out of 500 when you did. And it strikes me that this particular circumstance where Gary says, I'm not doing it, is hugely important because now it forces you to change your mindset. Where, on the one hand, you make the critical decision that I'm not going back to a job, I'm sticking with this because now I've fallen in love with the idea. And at the same time, it propels you out of the mindset of an employee into the mindset of an entrepreneur and a leader. And so, what was this shift like? Like, how did you have to change when you look back at yourself in that period? Like, what are the ways in which you feel that you changed and the new skills that you had to learn, or was it all intrinsic to you anyway?
Yeah. No, I think it was a big change because security of having someone who is going to pretty much make all the key strategic calls, assume most of the risk, and you are there to play a supportive role is a very different ball game from saying that now there is nobody there going to tell you what to do. It's all us as a team, right? And if we don't deliver, we have to shut. right? So it's a massive change mentally. And second is about surviving, right? Because none of us came from a very endowed background where financially we have a lot of money, so we can keep pumping it into the business. We knew that we are not even in a place where if we don't earn certain minimum salary, that we can survive. Forget about investing in the business. So we need to shape the business in a manner that we can pay some basic salary to us and the business can continue to run. For the first 5 years, we used to think that we need to shut the business every quarter because we just didn't have enough money to pay rent and pay whatever we need to pay ourselves and salaries of our team members and so on and so forth, because the fund we were trying to raise of $50 million would have got us to that break even situation, but we couldn't. We only got to 35, which also became 25 on the way. So we were bleeding. And then to find that money. And again, we were fortunate that every time we were about to shut, both HDFC and Ashok supported us in that thing. But it was not easy to go asking for money. Okay. And we had nothing to show that we deserve to get that money, and they are taking a call that yeah, we will invest this money and it will turn out to be a good investment and will generate some return for them in future, right? So every quarter going to raise equity, ask for equity, was a very painful experience and something you don't want to be wanting to do at all. So in that, you work really hard to see how you can raise the money so that you can get your fees and be self-sustainable. And secondly, you keep your cost as low as you can so that you can survive. So even survival is responsibility of the team, which was not the case earlier, because earlier we could just be doing our jobs and everything else would be taken care of by people, by Gary in that case and others. So it was a massive mental shift. But I think I was very lucky and blessed to have partners with me who also wanted to be part of this journey and were also willing to make the necessary sacrifices and say that no, let's go and let's continue and we'll get there.
You also had to take on a couple of new roles at this time, and the first of them is the role of not just, you know, doing what you do in your particular role, but also leading a team, keeping the dream alive. Like at one level, you have to inspire them, at another level, you have to sort of feed their hunger, get them to, continue delivering and all of that. And, you have different imperatives in place as well. You're thinking of them as human beings and people and friends, and there's an amount of empathy that comes with that. But there is also and that must make it harder for you, because all the times you are thinking that you're failing, that you'll have to shut this down, you must also be thinking that shit, I let everyone down. That it did it seem like that? What was there, that pressure? And how do you build yourself as a leader, especially like you during lunch you were saying that you really ideally you like to spend your time alone a lot without people and all of that. This leadership stuff, this managerial stuff, how did you arrive at it? Because I'm guessing that at least that aspect of you would not have been natural to start with.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I think it just happens when you are in the situation. Things happen and you just do what you need to do. So I really don't know if there was any particular moment or any particular training, thinking which I did specifically. It was just about the fact that let's just do what is needed to be done so that we can keep moving forward and be as creative as we can be in the situation to find solutions and move forward.
But
And then you have to be lucky with, as I said, I can't thank my partners enough, because if I had partners with me who were not as understanding, as committed, as wanting to succeed, life would have been much tougher.
the second role that you kind of had to learn at this point is that of the salesman who is raising money. right? Which is not something you would have been used to. Earlier, you were, you're doing your thing, you're an exceptional profession, you're consulting people when you need to, you know the numbers, you know the field. Here again, I guess you're pretty much learning this shit from scratch. How do you raise funds? How do you talk to people? What's the correct tone, etc., etc.?
Yeah.
Tell me about that experience.
Oh, I think not only about raising money, everything about private equity had to be from first principles because there was no private equity in the country, right? We were probably the second firm independent to start. Before that, there was ICICI Ventures and thing. But other than that, so there was not something we couldn't go back to someone and say, okay, this is our role model or this is someone who has done it before. Let's learn from there. It was all first principles, including how to think of investment strategy, what kind of team, what kind of structure, and even globally to learn. Even globally, private equity was a very, very niche and industry at that time, and very closed, where there's not too much information to learn. See, today it's sort of mainstream. You have lots of information. Firms have become really large. They are well studied. There are research papers on them, but none of that was there in 2000. So you have to just say, "Ki, okay, let's just do what is making common sense and build on that." And as far as fundraising was concerned, it was very, very hard because India did not have pools of capital which would want to invest in private equity. Right? Very, very limited. And even today, they are very limited. So most of the fundraising needed to happen overseas. And overseas, you need to know the people and you need to have relationships. And we didn't have any. Right? To first figure that out. First, to even figure out who are potential investors globally itself was a massive challenge. After you have figured out who they are, how to reach them is another challenge because it's not something they meet anyone and everyone. And even if you have figured that out, the biggest challenge was that we are in India, right? India in early 2000 was not on anybody's radar for investment, and certainly in private equity. It was only in 2004, 2005, international LPs started saying, okay, India is an interesting place. Let us think about it. I have examples of people we met in 2004. We said, oh, yeah, India is an interesting country. We planned to visit it somewhere in middle of 2005. So, and we are now beginning of 2004 or middle of 2004. And after that, it'll take us about a year to make a decision. So, will your fund be open? Okay, so that was the state of affairs at that time. So, it was incredibly hard to even get in front of an LP. And if you got in front of an LP, chances that that LP would commit to you is 1 in 100. After you have done everything well, and then how to pitch, what to do itself is, and we were really naive. So when we look back, a lot of the reasons why people said no to at that time, we were wondering why are they saying no to us? We are so good or we are doing the right thing. And now we look back and say, no, they were absolutely right. We were really naive and they should have not given us the money at that time. There was such a learning curve ahead of us, which we didn't realize at that time. But now in hindsight, we realize the fact that, and we just didn't know anything. We just didn't know simple things like there has to be a hard cap on the fund. So this was when we were raising fund 2 in 2004 and we went international because we had to go international this time. And one of the investors asked us, what is your hard cap? So we said, what is a hard cap? So they say hard cap is that you will not accept more money in the fund beyond that limit. So I said, we are trying to raise 100 million. And even to get to 100 million is like a impossible task. Why would we get money more than 100? And we haven't thought of even 100 itself looks like a highly aspirational number. We have not thought about beyond 100. They say, no, you need to think because your team, your strategy, everything is designed to a particular size, which makes a lot of sense. And you need to legally agree that you will not take money more than that. I said, okay, you tell us what do you think should be our hard cap. So that's how does 150 million sound? Sounds great. We are not getting there. So you can put 150, you can put 125, you can put 200. Right. So we had no clue that funds can get oversubscribed. Funds can become very large and then mess up their strategy. So there is an huge importance to having a hard cap. So I'm just giving an example of how
Yeah.
naive we were, and as the whole industry, we just didn't know how to do it.
And what hole were you filling in the market? Like, what was the ecosystem like? Give me a sense of what the ecosystem was like and how it was growing, and the part that you felt, therefore, you needed to play in it, that private equity would play in it. Because I'm guessing a pre 91 world is completely different. 91 to 2000, there's a mad explosion, but it's still a bit like the Wild West, and no one is sure of the shape of things, and the tentacles of the state are everywhere and stopping everything. Paint me a picture of what the world looked like, say, circa 99, and how you thought the ecosystem would evolve and why private equity was necessary.
Sure. So I think, firstly, we started not because private equity was necessary, because I liked private equity.
that's,
Okay, so it was just the fact that it seemed like a nice thing to do.
that's like refreshingly freaking honest of you to say, because anyone else in your place would spin a narrative.
No, seriously. So I don't think it was about a great thinking that there's a gap and we need it and stuff like it. Just that instead of just doing a deal, staying with the deal, and it was a very personal thing of saying that it looks like a more satisfying thing to do than just doing a deal. Having said that, I think when we started, I think the Indian economy was 700 billion dollars in size. Not many people had heard of private equity. And obviously, we were hugely equity starved. First, we were capital starved. On top of it, equity starved. Right. And we all know for a fact that businesses have to get to certain size, scale, and institutionalization for them to access public market. So other than public market, there was no access to equity. So as we all have seen now, that it's so important to have equity available at all stages of growth of the business, and none of that is all zero. It's only public markets and nothing else. So clearly there was a need for equity, but nobody knew. And people who were raising private equity also didn't know what does it mean. I mean, you can raise it. What do I need to deliver? Is it you to start by saying it is not debt?
Oh, okay.
It is equity, right? Then equity means one would then at that time would think that, oh, that means I have no responsibility. Either it's debt where I am responsible for repaying it. Equity, it is our money and we don't have to deliver anything, which is not how equity is, right? Equity has its cost of capital, but all that needed to be educated. And then when we said, okay, we are going to provide this equity and along with it, we need X, Y, Z, right? Then people really worry, ki, what are you guys going to come and do to my business? Because most of these investments were minority investments, right? We would not buy 51% or will not buy the business. We would take 10, 20, 30% equity stakes. But we would have rights to be on the board. We'll have veto rights, a lot of protection. And it's really scary. If you have not known about what private equity is and somebody shows you those terms, you feel ki, wow, these guys are going to pull my ears, eyes, nails, everything out at some point of time. So you needed to educate them. So just evangelizing the asset class and convincing people that this is something which is good itself was a challenge, right? And after you have done that and you've invested, then to make sure that we can actually deliver those returns and generate the liquidity is the next Herculean task. Because it's an unlisted business. First, the business has to grow. And we are looking at generating 25% IRR every year. That means the business has to grow by 25% every year. We are not relying on any leverage. We are not relying on any financial structuring. It's pure earnings growth. And given how difficult it is to build a business with all the friction which we have and which we had. Right now is much better. What we had in 2000, it was not an easy task. And let's assume that we found a business which we managed to grow. After that, to get liquidity, because we have such shallow M&A markets, and IPO markets would open and close very often. Finding liquidity has been a massive challenge for private equity industry till maybe 5 years ago. So it was like a hard task to build that asset class. And then you're dealing with the macro headwinds. So we started in 99. After that, the first massive blow we got was the dot-com bust. Right? Then we had 9/11. Right? After that, we saw the boom of 2005. Then global financial crisis. Right? And after that, we had our own domestic financial crisis in 2012. Then after that, we had Demon. Then we had GST, and then we had COVID. So it's been an incredibly tough environment in the last 20 years. If one had to think about saying that you need to deliver across all of this a consistent 25% IRR.
So let me sum up the way you've kind of explained it to me and tell me if my paraphrasing is broadly correct. The first challenge is that there isn't much equity out there to begin with, because only the very large companies reach the public markets, and most of Indian industry is trapped beneath it a lot because of reasons to do with the regulations of the past and blah blah blah, long structural story, but there's very little equity out there. So your first task is to go to these medium-sized companies and actually educate them that here's the deal, we'll give equity, we'll ask for stuff in return, this is what we'll do. And there are challenges there which I'll kind of come back to. Your second task is that unlike the caricature painted of some private equity investors in the US, it's not like you're just going to strip the company's assets and sell it and make a quick buck and get out. You're actually going to make it function better as a business, and this confidence comes from the assumption that you know something they don't do, and you're going to get this 25% growth, which also sounds pretty insane. The third challenge is, even if you achieve all of this, how do you actually cash out and get the returns on investment that you made into this company? Because the markets are simply not so liquid at that point in time. And the fourth challenge is that throughout all of this, the environment is not stable. There are all kinds of unknowns, which can come from the macroeconomic shocks from outside, which can be the 2008 crisis, which can be an internal disaster like demonetization, and there'll be a lot of friction because the regulatory ground is always shifting beneath your feet anyway. So, all of it enormously challenging. Had you had a sense of all this, by the way? Would you have gotten into it to start with?
Absolutely no. I think we just didn't know what we are getting into. Okay, but having said that, when we look back, it's just been a wonderful journey. I think full of challenges, as we talked about, great learnings, and navigating them was such a great joy that I don't think too many other sort of opportunities would have given this level of learning. Very hard, a lot of sleepless nights. In the end, you feel very frustrated at many things, but the learnings have been out of the charts. And I think I've enjoyed every bit of it and wouldn't want to trade the last 25 years with anything professionally.
Let's double click on the first of those challenges, which is that you're going to a medium sized company and you're saying that, hey, we are the people for you.
Yeah.
We'll invest in you. We'll take equity and all of that. Now, I've done, or rather, Ajay has done a bunch of episodes of Everything is Everything with me, where he's spoken a lot about firms. One of those memorable episodes is about family firms, where he talks about how You might begin with a sole proprietorship, maybe have a family firm, but a big mistake many of these firms make is they'll hire a credentialed CEO from IIT or wherever, and they'll think it's fine, but the CEO has less skin in the game, the incentives are different, everything goes to hell. Now, that's obviously not the case here because you are buying yourself skin in the game with your equity, but at the same time, it is true that you are people who have breadth that the people within the company may not have, but you don't exactly have that depth that they have in their
Of course.
specific localized industry with their very specialized knowledge.
Absolutely.
So how do you get past this? Because what you're therefore saying is that it is from the bigger picture that we'll figure out ways to get the 25% growth. But then there is a danger also of missing some of the the things that only they would see from within a company. How does one navigate all of this? Because there is also then going to be a culture clash
Sure.
where they are used to doing things in a particular way. So tell me about how you navigated these choppy terrains and what you come to learn about it.
Yeah. So first is, I think we make a big distinction between businesses in which we have minority stake versus businesses in which we have controlling stake. Where we have minority stake, we are very clear that we are backing the entrepreneur, right? And we would, because there should be one person on the steering wheel. It's not that we are saying that we are going to go in and now make sure that 25% growth is happening. We're saying no. We have to look at the entrepreneur and get comfortable that the entrepreneur has the vision and the dream to really make the business large. And we are happy to share in that dream. The entrepreneur has the ability to attract, motivate, and retain high quality leadership to scale the business. And most importantly, that we have values congruence. So we are truly backing that entrepreneur. The areas where we would help the entrepreneur again vary depending upon each business. So most of them would be in the area of institutionalization. So first, they feel that, can you help us get the right talent? Because of our networks, because of our thing, we can help them identify. But again, it is their ability, it is the comfort which they can build with the potential target that they'll be able to attract. We cannot make that person join the company. We can only facilitate that process. Similarly, on institutionalization, right? In terms of processes, systems, getting the right advisors, thinking about strategy. So we can play a supportive role to helping them achieve their dream. And even there, we can't help in all areas. So, for example, clearly there are entrepreneurs who come to us and say that their business has an export angle. Can you help us find clients in the US? So we said, sorry, we can't. We are a very local firm. We don't have connects and networks in the US. If you really need that, and that is very important, then you should go to a PE firm which has roots in the US, which has a network there. They'll be able to help you better than. So getting that clarity is very important upfront. Before investing, we need to be clear on what we can bring to table and is that relevant to the person, because otherwise it's a partnership meant to fail. So we are clearly not trying to say that we know that business better or we'll try and do. We are only supporting that person with capital and being a thought partner to that person. Because see, for the entrepreneur, that life is a very lonely life. Any CEO or entrepreneur, because at that time he needs a partner to spar with, someone who's aligned, has similar interests, but he can talk to without worrying about. So we're saying we'll get you capital. We can hopefully earn your trust, where you feel very comfortable considering us as your thought partner. And we can help you in few areas which let's discuss upfront and identify. But finally, whatever happens to that business is 95% that entrepreneur. Maybe 5% we can help here and there. If that entrepreneur does well, we'll all do well if we sync. So that's why finding the right entrepreneur who we want to partner with is 80% of underwriting when it comes to a minority investment. Now, when we switch to a majority investment, life changes completely, because there we are saying we will buy controlling interest. and we will back ourselves to build that business into something which is an admired business. And there again, two things we do. One, we obviously need to know the sector well. We can't be knowing and buying business in any sector. So we have now, over the last 10 years, figured out 4 sectors we feel we know better than other sectors, which is financial services, healthcare, consumer, and IT products and services. So first, we spend a lot of time trying to understand these things. And secondly, we also have a structure where we have operating partners who are full-time with the firm who have built these businesses themselves. So they have deep experience of being in these sectors for 20, 25 years before they became operating partner in the firm. So they bring that knowledge. And most importantly, even for businesses which we buy control in, we are looking to partner with a CEO who can truly build that business, and we'll all be playing a supportive role around that CEO. So again, there we are not saying that we are running that business day to day. We are saying that we have identified the right CEO partner who we believe has the vision, the dream, the desire to truly build that into a great business. And we are going to play a supportive role. Because we're in control, we obviously have the choice of changing the CEO partner if things don't work out. But other than that, we are always supporting. And again, there, finding the right CEO partner becomes like life and death. Like here, finding the right entrepreneur to partner with is so important. Here, for us, finding the right CEO partner becomes very important, even though we are in control.
So, what are the qualities you look for, in finding either the right entrepreneur partner or the right CEO partner, as it were? Are they subtly different from each other? And I'm guessing most of the qualities would pretty much be common apart from the values congruence, as you said.
Yeah, so I think you're right. I think most of the things will be common unless the entrepreneur partner is not looking at being the operating CEO.
Hmm.
Okay, then there can be some differences because if the entrepreneur partner is saying, "Ki, I'm going to be more of a vision holder and values holder, and I will have a CEO which will have all the execution capability," then you can sort of segregate the two a bit, but otherwise it's similar. So first and foremost, I think we look for is values congruence. We've realized that whatever else, nothing else matters unless we get this right. Everything else is so. Not that this is the only thing we look for, but this is super critical.
Like, what are the warning signs to avoid?
So first and foremost is, and again, this is something nothing right or wrong. It's about what works for us. What is the reason for that person's existence? Is the person building the business purely to make money? Or is there a larger purpose for which the person is building the business? Okay. And we think it is extremely important that only making money is not the reason why the business is being built. It has a purpose beyond that. So how important money is to that person is a very important criteria for us. Second, doing things the right way, right? How much of pain the person is sort of willing to take to do things the right way, right? Is the person at the first instance of difficulty willing to sort of bend the rules, do things which are not necessarily the right thing to do, or really going to say, I'm willing to take enormous amount of pain and sacrifice to do that. View on people, like integrity, humility. So those are the things which we would. So similar to like our own values, I'm not saying that all those businesses to have the same values, but we are saying, is there an overlap in those values, and is the person sharing similar values? and wants to do things for the right reason, the right way, is very important for us. And when we're in control, then we're looking for CEO who naturally believes in similar values as True Norths and wants to build that business with the same values or similar values.
How does one disentangle, the search for profit for its own sake, that I just want to make money, and a higher purpose? Because it's very easy for someone who's out there because they want to make a profitable business and make their millions and cash out, but to be able to tell a story about it that is convincing and say that, this was a deep need that I saw in my younger years, and now this is a part that I want to play in society. That's a story that I think pretty much everyone will tell themselves on the on one hand. So how does one disentangle that? Like, if there is a Meru Cabs, for example, basically they've got to want to be profitable and make money. That's in a sense one core dharma of the business. Like, how do you disentangle this? And the larger question, when you speak of the dharma of a business, what is the dharma of a business in a sense? Because one way of looking at it is that, look, in a competitive marketplace, if you're making money and that's all you're doing, crude as it sounds, you are actually doing a service to society because you only make money by fulfilling someone's needs. So what's wrong with aiming only for that? Just by itself, you don't have to build a story around
Sure.
it.
So I think at least again, see, firstly there is no right or wrong
Yeah,
answer.
yeah.
We can debate this till cows come home, and there is merits on both. At least the way I have been hugely disappointed by most businesses on how they think about it for the following reasons. I feel that most businesses have started believing that the only reason for them to exist is to make money at the cost of all other stakeholders. It's not about satisfying the need. Obviously, they're satisfying a need at some level, but juice out the customers completely, right? Juice out the employees completely. You can say it's a free world, customer need not come, which is all, I think, also fair. Make use of the society fully, you can to do that, right? Vendors, service providers, everybody, and just make maximum money for shareholders is how, and a lot of theories I've got, including, I think many economists have said that that's the way it should be, because that brings clarity, that brings discipline in the business, and so on and so forth. And I feel that one of the big reasons for inequality in our society, again, it's a very complex subject, may not be the only reason, is that businesses are only focusing on profit and juicing out everything else. And we are seeing the impact of what inequality is doing and what it could do future. And it not a world which at least I feel is a great place to live. Versus, it is very possible to build a business where the core purpose of the business is to earn the trust of customers and delight them. In the process, charge a fair price and create industry leading value for all stakeholders. So you can be the most trusted brand in the industry you operate. You can be a great place to work. You can be a really good service partner or a partner to your vendors. You can be a very responsible social citizen and create industry leading value for all shareholders. So it's not something which needs to be in either or. In fact, they all feed into each other. If you want to build a sustainable business, right? If all the stakeholders, because no one person can just go and make that business profitable. Everybody has to contribute to that. And if they are all feeling very good about it, that should be a recipe for a more sustainable business, right? And we have seen that works, right? But it is sad that very few businesses, I'm not saying people are doing nothing about any of this, but are really thinking and saying that I truly want to earn the trust of customers and testing everything they do to see that am I first doing the right thing for the customer, right? We have got too much carried away by the fact that buyer beware, right? But buyer beware does not work in many places because there is too much information asymmetry, right? Classic examples being financial services. You have no clue what the buyer is buying. Healthcare, where is the buyer beware? Similarly, in so many other things, versus a business taking a view that no, I'm going to sell products which I believe are really good and make sure the fact that I'm very transparent and I don't sort of do things which will harm my customers.
And in the long run, in fact, that's a way to better profit.
Yeah, but look at the number of businesses which will cross that bar. Because they see around examples where businesses are not doing that and they're still doing incredibly well. You look at the number of malpractices which are happening in the banking or financial services or in healthcare or education, any of them, and there are highly successful firms which are iconic firms in that doing really bad practices. And for years together, by the time it sort of unravels and comes out, it may be decades. So there is no incentive to say ki you have to do it right.
Let me ask you a question about mindset, which I've actually pondered upon with many guests on the show, but I feel like you might have a much closer view of it than most people. There's this observation Jagdish Bhagwati made circa 2000 that the Indian mentality tends to be rent seeking, whereas the Chinese mentality is profit seeking. Now, the way I interpret this is that in India, and certainly when I was growing up in the 80s, I would see this attitude all around me that a lot of people thought of business as a way to make a quick buck, that I will make money by fooling someone or exploiting someone, and etc. etc. A rent seeking mentality. And my theory for why this was the case was not that this was an intrinsic part of Indian culture, not at all. I mean, if you just look at banyas through the centuries, they've been profit seeking. They've been, and profit seeking would mean that you make someone else better off, and in that process, you make the money that you make, which can only happen in a free market. But my thinking for why this was the case is that our institutions since independence were extractive institutions. They depended on the power of the state. Either you were a part of the state, or you were an agent of the state, or you were a crony capitalist using the power of your state for your own purposes. And so the only way you could make money was not necessarily by serving a customer the best you could, but by being extractive, by taking advantage of someone. And I see this mentality still a lot today as a default kind of mentality in many people. Like for me, I think markets are absolutely beautiful in the sense that it is a mechanism for people within civil society to fulfill each other's needs to mutual profit. It's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's magical. However, the approach that many people have towards it is of this extractive kind of mindset, which is sort of what you seem to be describing as well, that you squeeze the last drop from your customer and your suppliers and your vendors and everything, which to me, even from a purely profit oriented point of view, is very short sighted. What you want is to build your brand among all of these stakeholders so that in the future they are with you, and in the long run that is just much better. So what is your sense of this mentality? Is this a correct description of it? Is it something that you have seen change? Perhaps I would imagine people in the startup ecosystem would have a better sort of mentality, having just by virtue of being in a younger generation. What's your sense of this?
Firstly, at least what I've seen is that it is not an Indian phenomena.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a global phenomena. It's not that business in the US are really very nice and they're saying, let's create a win-win situation. Everybody is just out there to see how they can maximum. Everybody means I'm generalizing it. I'm sure there are businesses, but in general, customer protection, customer trust, customer this thing, just saying that how do I sell the most to the customer? Okay. And obviously, I have not been in every boardroom and I have not been in every company's management meeting, but I have can say with reasonable confidence that the amount of time in a management review which gets spent on discussing how to sell more to a customer versus thinking about are we doing any good to the customer, that ratio must be 1:10. 10 times more time gets spent on how to sell. And maybe just one of that gets spent on saying, okay, let's see, are we doing something good? It's all about saying, okay, how do we find a product which we can sell? Is it good, bad, ugly? Doesn't matter. Customer is willing to buy. Let's figure out the need and give that product.
Put more sugar in your packaged
Do
foods.
whatever it needed. Right? That just shows. So I think it's not about India. It is not about our institution. We are very happy to blame the government, blame the institution for everything. No government and institution. And I think even this whole, yes, free markets are very good, but we have all realized the fact that they have their limitations. Right? It's not that US, which is like the epitome of free market, is wrapping itself in glory, saying, "Yo, everything is working so well that their companies and their institutions are so protective about earning the trust. They're always doing the right thing for the customer. They're always building great places to work." The answer is no.
No. But I think no one's saying free markets are a panacea and they'll solve everything. The idea is that ideally a free market is a place of churn and creative destruction, and you yourself, of course, are operating in a free market. And
But it's very tough, right? Because it's not as free. We are seeing with antitrust getting dropped off in the US over the last 20 years, we have seen the consolidation industry. Industries are highly consolidated. You think that is that easy to, yeah, will that disruption happen in 50 years? Yes. But 50 years is a really long time. In the meantime, the amount of abuse of market power which is going to happen is huge. Right? So to think that markets can solve everything, can they solve everything in 50, 100 years? Yeah. But in the meantime, we need some other mechanisms to work along with the free markets to make sure that the destruction doesn't happen that easily. Because once you create, you can see that larger organizations have so many modes and so many things, and they can get away with murder. It'll be a long time before they get disrupted. Yeah, someday they will. So it's very important, I think, that every business leader thinks about it, that we are responsible for a well-functioning, a very good society. And we should do our bit to make sure that our society is being well taken care of. Instead of saying ki my job is to earn money and just by earning money I'm doing my job and I'm contributing, it's everybody else's problem to figure out how to make the society balanced or how to do it in a better or a more responsible manner.
can you illustrate this with examples of companies you admire who've done this right? May or may not be your companies, but just companies you admire who've done this right.
I think it'll be easier to talk about
exactly.
our business. So I'll give an example. We are in mortgage businesses, right? And if you try to prepay a loan, it is incredibly difficult. Why should it be so difficult to prepay a loan, right? You're prepaying, you're not even defaulting on the loan, but they'll just make it difficult because they believe that you are a good customer, you're paying, you should be stuck. If somebody else is giving you a lower rate, you should be able to go, right? So when we bought our mortgage business, first thing we had a discussion with the CEO. Unfortunately, we have a CEO partner who thinks exactly like this. We said, why can't you just prepay the loan on the app? Just press a button, prepaid, it's prepaid. Right? And I think they were the first people to do it. Right? Just one example of saying that is in customer interest. Yes, that means you might have more balance transfer and you'll have to go and get a new customer. But that doesn't mean you trap the customer. Just make the customer's life difficult. Similarly, on interest rates, like the opaqueness on what you're really getting paid, what you're really charged, even when your interest gets reset, right? The amount of grayness there and not really being fair to the customer is across the industry. Right. So really, similarly, if you look at healthcare, right? When you are running a hospital, right? Yeah, it's a for-profit hospital. You have incredible amount of leverage to over-treat the patient or over-test the patient, right? So how do you build culture where you say, no, I'm not going to do this. We are going to try and make sure the fact that we do the optimal treatment. So number of people who go through angiography if they come with a heart problem. Okay, you track the stats. You'll come to know about the fact that everybody who's coming in is being put through angiography or not being put through angiography. Cesareans. Okay, so it's in everybody's interest to put the person through a cesarean, at least the doctor and the hospital and everybody, because it's convenient, it's easy, and more money making. Same thing, you change the incentive structure, saying that you're not going to get any more money by doing a cesarean, right? That should lead to, yes, it still doesn't address the issue of convenience because natural birth means the doctor may have to come at 2 a.m. to deliver versus planning the stuff. That still needs to be dealt with, but at least there's no monetary incentive to, but otherwise, natural deliveries were cheaper than doing cesareans. So I think both in financial services and healthcare, there is, I think, numerous examples where the information asymmetry is so much that really the businesses which are selling those services need to take that responsibility to say that no, we will make sure that our customers are protected. We will do things which we would do for our own family members and not just sell.
So here's a question about both healthcare and financial services. Like when I look at both these sectors, it strikes me that they are both a nightmare for the common consumer. When it comes to healthcare, I simply don't know when I'm going to go to a doctor if the tests are even necessary, and I'm just put through this endless loop. And it's because of the way the incentives are screwed up all along the line. And when it comes to financial services as well, if you look at, for example, how retired people are taken for a toss, how there's so much mis-selling that happens to them, and rampant information asymmetry. Ajay and I have an episode of Everything is Everything that releases a couple of days after we record this, but um, this will release much later, which talks about KYC, how KYC is such a nightmare. And KYC, one of the reasons KYC is a nightmare is that India agrees to go along with the global regulations on KYC, but every step of the way, every player, whether it is the RBI or an individual bank or the branch of a bank or the agent of that branch, may take some most extreme interpretation so as to cover their ass. And in the end, you end up with a KYC which is so mind-bogglingly difficult that even someone like me falls through the cracks with all my education and everything. Now, what strikes me here is that I can see what has gone wrong with the incentives and I can see the structural problem. But an individual company within this, how sustainable is any change that happens? Like, supposing there is a healthcare provider here that decides that, hey, I'm going to buck the trend. My doctors are not going to get, money for the referrals for testing and all that. They're not going to be paid per angiography referred. But that'll just be one player, and there'll be a complete outlier. Systemically, how difficult do you think the problem is to solve? Because you've seen it very deeply, you know what the problems are. The way that you seem to be coming at it is by saying that let us partner with players who will operate from a higher place and we will not do these things. And hopefully we build more trust with all our stakeholders, and hopefully other players in the market follow us and it becomes best practices. But it seems like one outlier doing something of the goodness of their heart won't make a difference. So what is your sense in a larger sense? And now I'm really asking you for a broader policy question and not necessarily one from your cap as the True North partner, that what do you think about these, the intractability of these problems?
Yes. No, I think it's a really difficult problem to solve, and there is no simple answer to this. But I do believe that firstly, each one of us have to stop saying that this is not my problem. If we all start saying, we, whatever limited influence we have, we will in that do the right thing, I think we are 50% done. Because half the problem will be solved. I agree that there are some systemic issue on KYC and all. Yes, those needs to be addressed. But first, whatever is in our control, which we can do very well, as you said, a company CEO or any of the shareholders, we can make huge amount of difference here. Right? Well, let's start with that. Right? So if all of us do that, automatically the thing will change. And in process, there are systemic changes which are needed, which need to keep running in parallel. Then we'll get there much faster and better. But the thing is, it seems to be so difficult to convince people because nobody is putting a price to making a business which is admired by all stakeholders. There's only a price for delivering industry leading shareholder value. Right? So I think somewhere we need to think as a society that is that what we want to be? Everything is related to money. You make money, you are successful. You don't make money, you're not successful. What you do to make that money is not important. So how you make money, at least how much you make is what it is all about. So we have to somewhere shift that mindset saying that how we make money is as important as how much money we make.
So, to go back to my earlier question, can you give a specific instance of a company which got this right? Maybe even a company that you partnered with and they got it right. And since you're praising them, I think taking
Sure.
a name shouldn't be an issue. Just so that then people listening to this can take that as a case study for, oh, this is not just talk, this can actually be done, and this is how it's happened.
So I think, for example, we'll take names outside also. And some. So one of the companies in financial services which we hugely respect is Sundaram Finance. Right? It's a business which has been existing since 70s or even earlier. Okay, and they just are incredible when it comes to protecting the customers. So, for example, I'm told that when floods happen in Chennai, they converted their entire, and they have also an insurance business. They converted the sales team to a claim processing team where they send them to each policyholder's home to find out if there's a damage and there's a claim they should be making. Right? And over a period of time in the lending business, right, they're able to charge 1 or 2% higher interest rate because just people feel so comfortable with them that they will be very transparent, they'll be very proper. And you can see them, they've built a wonderful business and they have grown consistently. They have done everything, which and truly admired by all stakeholders. So that's one example. If you look at the healthcare business, if you look at Manipal hospitals, right? Ranjan and team there are very clear that they want to make money and they are obviously making money and so on and so forth, but they want to do it the right way. So have they got everything right? Answer is no. Similarly, I won't say that everything Sundaram does right, but I'm just saying they've broadly got it right. They have the right ethos and they are working. It's a journey. No one business or no one person can get there fully. But as long as you believe in it and you're saying, I'm continuously working towards, that is what is most important. I think both these businesses are very good examples. Similarly in healthcare, because we've done a lot, there is Dr. Shahadullah. He leads the KIMS hospital in Kerala. Again, a deep believer that I want to do the right thing. And if you ever want him to increase prices, you have to really fight with him. Because he's saying, no, I have so many poor patients. I really need to be sure that I need to increase prices here. Even when he can and his hospital is overflowing. And he is delivering good shareholder returns and so on and so forth. So it's not that he's not making money. Can he make more? Can he be sharper and squeeze more? Of course he can, but he's choosing to say that, no, I want to make sure that everybody is doing it the right way. So these are the three things which sort of come, and there are many more, I think, examples one can talk. So it's really possible. So I think we started with this belief. At that time, I don't think we had enough experience or examples to say that it really works. But now, after 25 years of having practiced it, okay, we have actually seen it work and believe that it can be a far more satisfying way of building a business than only building a business which is focused on shareholder value creation.
So let's go back to talking about your journey through the OTs. You spoke about how your first 5 years were really tough. You thought every quarter you're going to shut down. Was there any self doubt during this period?
Oh, yeah. One of the things was the fact that since the firm, I was the managing partner and I have no private equity experience, that is it because of that people are not trusting us with money, right? So I offered to our shareholders and the team saying that if that's the case, I should step down and we should have, because we had one of our partners who had significantly more private equity experience than, because we needed a partner who has the experience. So we had that. We said if he needs to become the managing partner, so be it, because most importantly, we should get the money, not about me being in this position. And for whatever reason, it was decided that no, I should continue. But yeah, there was many times doubt that can we make it? And also, am I the right managing partner? And I think that doubt continues. So that doubt, even today, after having led the firm for 25 years, was I the best managing partner the firm could have? I am not sure. I can say that yes, I did my best and I did what I did, but could somebody else have done a better job? Yeah, maybe.
I didn't expect that. I thought after 25 years we'll be fairly sure that everything's kind of worked out. Give me a sense also of how the business landscape was evolving, right? We discussed about how pre 91 there's what the environment is, then there's that explosion, then you guys are there through the OTs, things are going, you know give me a sense of that landscape. What does that world look like in terms of big firms, medium-sized firms, small firms, the role of capital, the role of equity, expanding opportunities for finance? Take me
Sure.
through that.
No, I think it's just an amazing evolution which has happened over 25 years. And I'll talk about some of the specific. We are still in very early stages, and especially when we talk about private equity compared to where US is, or to some extent Europe. But compared to where we were 25 years ago and where we are today, it's a different ballgame. So on private equity, to give you some statistics, when we started off, the entire investment of the industry annually was $1 billion. Today it is more than $50 billion. As I said, as a GDP, we were 700 billion. Today we are touching 4 trillion and so on and so forth. So that's the kind of scale which has changed. When we came to, in terms of private equity players, when we started, we were less than 10, all put together, venture, private equity, foreign, Indian, all of them. That number didn't change much till 2004. And then by 2008, it became 400.
Wow.
So there was a massive explosion of new firms between 2004 to or 2005 to 2008.
The combination of easy money and an
Absolutely.
exploding Indian economy.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. And then there was a massive bloodbath and consolidation between 2010. And I think by the time we got to 2020, really the meaningful, operative, active firms would be about 50. So that is the level of consolidation.
10 to 400 to 50.
Okay. And maybe now that number is closer to 100 if you add all of them together and so on. So I think so that's the kind of journey. And from a return perspective, the returns which we have delivered as an industry from 2000 to 2015 or even 2020 has been really poor. Right. Between all the economic crisis, between the fact that it was a young industry, so many managers who went out of business mean they invested and couldn't deliver. So that's why they had to go out of business. So industry was evolving. So many macro changes were happening globally. So overall returns were, and liquidity, not only returns, and liquidity was very, very poor. It's only in the last 5 to 7 years that all the managers, or maybe 10 years, managers who are remaining, we are all battered and bruised and have learned our lessons. We're making less mistakes. So we are more mature. And the depth in the M&A market, IPO market has been increasing. So we've also been able to deliver liquidity. So returns of the last, I would say, maybe 7, 8 years are decent, not great. They are decent, but before that has been very poor. In terms of the entire ecosystem, when we talk about, let's look at the businesses. So I think when we started off, entrepreneurs and founders didn't know what private equity is, what it takes, what is the responsibility which comes with it. And also businesses were very sort of not institutionalized. So they were not professional managers, there were not processes, system. So even if you went in and did some basic institutionalization and basic discipline, you would get lots of upside. So I would say from 2000 to 2007 or 8, we were doing some very basic things in the business. When we go in, we'll just help them get some CFO, we'll help them put in their recruitment process, we'll help them put some sales process, we'll help them put some ERP, and that would deliver great benefits. By the time we got to 2008, 9 or 2010, we realized that now the businesses we are buying have all of them in place, or investing in have all of them in place. So none of them need that. But what they could need is that they'll need specialized knowledge on how to be a great place. They would specialize knowledge on how to digitize their business. They would need specialized knowledge on debt management. So they needed deeper functional capabilities, but none of those general building blocks. Okay, so that was a journey from 2010 to 2000, I say 17, 18. By then we realized that businesses are now maturing enough, and it's also a function of our growth, where we were also doing more mature businesses in terms of, first the economy was growing and businesses were growing, but we were also growing along with that. We are realizing we are now getting businesses which already has a great CHRO who knows how to make the place a great place to work. They already have a chief digital officer, right? They already have a very good CFO who is very good at treasury management. None of this is required. What is really required is deep industry expertise to be a trusted thought partner to the CEO. Okay, because the business is already having most of the building blocks, it is already on a journey. Now it's all about taking it to the next level, strategizing for the next 5 to 10 years, competing, increasing market share. So it's a very different kind of an input or a value add the business needed. Right. So I think that's how we have seen businesses evolve. That's how we had to evolve ourselves in terms of what kind of a value add partner we can be. And nobody needs to be told about what private equity is or venture capital is, or everybody knows, almost everybody knows every thing. And most interesting change was on selling a business. So when we started, even if we felt that the entrepreneur was not the right entrepreneur for the business, if we ever sort of said, see, we can't give you minority capital because we are not convinced that you'll do a good job, will you be willing to sell the business? I think we'll get slapped around. And this guy will throw us out of the room saying, what do you guys think? Because people sold businesses only when they failed. Right. And, but slowly businesses started getting sold, some large businesses. We had Analjit Singh selling Max Touch. Then after that, many large businesses got sold. So it started getting to be more acceptable to a point today where it's a really cool thing to do. So today, if you go to a cocktail party and say that you have sold a business, you are the smartest guy around. So everybody is very open to selling a business and they think it's a great thing to do. It's a smart thing to do. Either they build it, or if not, somebody else can do a better job, or they're getting a great price. They're happy to sell, which is a huge change in 20 years. It's no longer a taboo. Forget taboo. It's swung to the other extreme of saying, "Ki, it's the coolest thing to do, and you're the smartest person around if you can sell your business."
What are your personal feelings about this?
No, I think it's good. I think the business needs to be owned by people who can take the business to the next level, who are passionate about doing it. And one should be open to selling if you're not feeling that passionate, or if you feel you're not able to truly take it to full potential, then you should let somebody else take it to full potential.
You spoke about the evolution in the role that you played. That initially there is huge upside in just getting the general building blocks in place, ERP karo and CFO hire karo and etc etc. But then those become a hygiene factor. So then you find value by going to a higher set of building blocks, like put culture in place, digitize a company. And then you find that those become hygiene factors by 2017, and you have to go to a yet higher place. Through all of this time, did you find yourself in a place where you suddenly wonder if you're winging it? Did you, because I think a key skill also that you would have had is a skill of humility and saying, okay, I don't really know this, or I don't have the grip on this. I think I do. Or we invested in these guys, but can we provide the kind of value we thought we could? So, so constantly you're having to upgrade yourself as well. And at the same time, have the humility to recognize that we are coming in to give you money and to give you advice, but this shit we have to learn also. How does all of this play out? Give me a sense of that.
Absolutely. I think firstly, we have to be very clear, and which we have been from day one, that we cannot add value to everyone, and nor can we add value in all aspects of the business. There are certain things we know and certain things we don't know. So when we are entering into a partnership, or even we are discussing a partnership, we should be very clear about what we can do, right? So under promising and over delivering needs to be the mantra, because this is not a partnership for few months, right? It's at least a 3-year partnership, could be a 10-year partnership. So reality will dawn very quickly. And if the partnership gets messed up, where the person feels that the person made a mistake by partnering with us, then you are in a very bad place. So if you make it a point that most important is that there is no disappointment later, and you are being super transparent, super honest about what you can do, because making sure that the relationship is built on trust and there are no sort of undue expectation built is super important. Then you are in a good place. And I don't think any entrepreneur is really also saying, I expect, if you go and tell them that I expect 10 things and don't deliver, they'll be disappointed. But if you're upfront very clearly, I can do this, I can't do this, and be willing to not partner if you're not able to do, and that's very important too, as I said. Suppose marketing in the US is very critical and we can't do it. We should be willing to walk away from that. Versus saying, no, I will say, no, I can do, I will put something, I will put some spin to it, and later on we'll figure out what to do. Then you are landing yourself in trouble. But we have avoided that journey. And we also felt that we can't be everything. So we need to be clear on what we can do. Make sure whatever we can do is a large enough pool to play in, so that we don't have adverse selection. And just play that game. So being narrow and deep, we felt was a much better thing to do than trying to be very broad.
You've pointed out elsewhere that most PE firms tend to have mainly investment professionals, whereas True North has people who are both investors, like they'll have investors and they'll have business builders. And I'm thinking that having this mix of people within the same firm would automatically mean that the investors are better investors and the business builders are better business builders, because they're learning from each other and the perspectives kind of go across. So give me a sense of how this mix really works. Like when you're looking for businesses to invest in, Like, do you go out looking for them, or do people apply to you by now at which the stage that you're in? And what are the lenses through which you kind of look at them, and how does that decision get made? And also, is what I said earlier, that your investments would be better investors, and investors would be better investors than those in other firms, because they also have the business builders with them. Is that true? How does that play out? How does that sort of symbiosis play out between the two?
And this credit should go to Gary Wendt because he is the one who designed the firm originally with investment professionals as well as operating professionals. And our belief is, and that's how it's proven, that both these professionals are differently wired. Right? Investment professionals are very good at thinking about how to make an investment, return, deal making, and so on and so forth. And they grow up in a very different environment, so they think very differently. And a person who is building and operating a business thinks about the business very differently because they are all about how to build a business. And if they can respect each other, they're highly complementary. But a lot of time, the investors believe that business builders don't add as much value. They add, because what is most important is buying the right business, selling the right business, right price, right time, all of that. Operations are anybody can handle. And similarly, the operating partners can believe that operations is the main thing. What are these guys doing? Unless I do all of this, they have nothing to do. So, right. So you can have that situation where it's not a very healthy place. But I think we've been fortunate where we have created that environment and a structure where there is a very symbiotic relationship between the investment partner and the operating partner. So they are jointly responsible for identifying the investment, making the investment, nurturing the business, and eventually selling and delivering returns to investors. So they are equally responsible and joined to the hip from start to the finish. And we have seen the evolution. We have seen the fact that our operating partners who have come in, joined us, after 3 to 5 years, their entire appreciation of the investment side is of a different order, which they've never had because they were not in this setup before. And similarly, the investment team, when they see the kind of operating value add or the network those guys bring to table, it has changed them materially. So I think that has been a great example of how things happen when both people, provided they can respect and trust each other. So it's very, very important that the culture and the structure really promotes that behavior and that promotes that trust. Right? In terms of how do we look at businesses? So as I said, we have 4 sectors on which we are focused, and we feel that any business which we want to invest in or buy in the next 3 to 4 years, that business exists today, because we don't do startups, we don't do early stage, we do only mature businesses. So unlikely that any business is going to get created today which will be of any interest to us in the next 5 years. Right? So it is our team's endeavor that they will go and look at every business which exists in this sector, shortlist, and we'll talk about the shortlisting criteria, shortlist them and identify the ones we like and start building relationships with them and start understanding those businesses, so that whenever there's an opportunity to either invest or to buy those businesses, we are ready. In fact, we feel that if we are going to invest anything or buy anything in the next 3 to 5 years, which is not part of the shortlist, then it is something we need to relook at ourselves. Why did we miss it? Right? So identifying it early is very important, because we also feel that whenever the business needs money, because they are of certain scale and size, it will be sort of auctioned. Right? It's not a real auction, but they'll appoint an investment banker. He'll speak to many private equity funds. And if we have identified it earlier and we understand the business earlier and we have a relationship and we have convinced the founder that we are one of the better partners, then our ability to win that auction is materially better and we can move faster. And we don't have to rush last minute to make decisions. We have had enough time. We have sort of looked at it. So in many, there are huge advantages of identifying them early and nurturing that relationship and understanding of that business. Right. So that's how we sort of identify and do that. Every year we look at about 100 to 120 businesses, right? And we'll end up investing or buying into 3 to 4.
Wow.
Right. So in the last 25 years, we've looked at about 6,000 plus businesses, and we have partnered with about 65 of them. In terms of how do we decide on the businesses, I think after all these years, we seem to have now concluded that first and foremost, it is very, very important that this business is in a industry subsector which is attractive. Because if you buy a business which is in a and we call it a subsector because let's say financial services is a sector, right? And mortgages will be a subsector. And now we are further saying that small ticket, medium ticket. So you can sort of further doing subsectors. So we are going deeper and deeper in them. So that subsector needs to be attractive. It is possible to build a attractive business in a not so attractive subsector, but it's like taking water uphill. Right. So we think first we want to be only in attractive subsectors. So the team which is responsible for financial services or healthcare, their first job is to map out all the subsectors and figure out which are the subsectors we like. Right. And then we would look for businesses in that. So getting the subsector right is super critical. And then we said 3 things we look for in a subsector. It has to be large. So we can build a large business and there is no constraint of size to build a large business. Second, it needs to be growing. And third, it needs to be structurally profitable. Right. And then there are smaller things like it shouldn't be winner take all and so on and so forth. So we'll get to, but broadly, these are the 3 things out there. Next, we felt that if we get the subsector right, we need to get the leadership right. Right. So if we look at a company and we like the company, then we deep dive into the leadership to say that, is this the right leadership from our perspective? Right. And again, we have spent a lot of time trying to figure out who we think is the right leader. And
How do you do this from the outside? Like, how do you get a sense of values from the outside, for example?
Yeah. So I think you can get the sense of values only from the outside.
Okay.
Yeah, because obviously, if you talk to nobody says that they have bad values or their values are not right or something. It's very tough, right? We all know values are wrong anyway. Everybody has their own set of values. So it's only through ref checks that you figure out how the behavior. So you try and figure out their actions and behavior, and then from there figure out what the values are. Right. So we do extensive ref checks with ex-employees. If we can do present employees, partners, vendors, bankers, everybody who touches this business, customer speak, all of that to figure out what kind of culture and values that person has. And even doing direct reference on that person, because I think all of us have been around enough now, where in most cases, if we put our mind to it, it's hard work. We can find enough connects to get a good reference on the person. So again, how to do a good quality reference itself is a thesis one can write.
Tell me about it. Like, because if you came to me to do a reference check on somebody I know, say, tell me about Ajay Shah, is he a good guy? My instinct is going to be to say he's a great guy, boss.
Yeah,
He'll be awesome for you.
Yeah, and if he's not, and if you think he's not a good guy, you are not going to say he's not a good guy.
Yeah.
You may generally give some okay
Polite
answer. Okay answer. That's why I'm saying that there has to be a thesis on.
Tell me about the
how
art. Tell me about that.
No, so okay, I'll give a few points. First and foremost, it is a lot about the relationship with the person you're talking to. So you need to find a person who you feel will be open to suggest giving you very candid feedback without worrying about that you are going to use it in a way where it'll get out and stuff. So how do you find that? connect. So that is not easy, but you need to get to that. And whoever has that connect has to have that conversation. Right? Suppose I have that connect with you and my partner wants to do the thing. I can't say, yo, I know Amit well. I'll call up, you talk to Amit. Not happening, because when you talk to that person, even though I have connected, it's a different relationship than it could be between us. So we have to do that conversation. Secondly, your questions around that have to verify. It can't be that easy a good guy, right? So we have a framework of what we believe is the right fit, and we also use that for our annual check on performance of our partners and fitment and stuff like that and so on. But it keeps evolving. It's not a perfect framework, but we go through that framework with very specific questions, and we also look for examples. That if you are saying that this person is very good at attracting senior talent, can you give us examples of which good senior talent the person is attracted? Right? If you're saying, no, he's built a good culture. So it's like, okay, can you give us an example of what do you mean by good culture? What has the person done differently from normal to? So you be very specific about that. So that gives you a good color, and you need to do it 360. Because everybody will have a different perspective, right? A peer will have a different perspective, boss will have a different perspective, a junior will have a different perspective, a supplier will have a different perspective. So we need to try and get to a number of people, and even timelines. See, some people have known them 10 years ago. Some people know that person today. So you have to sort of factor that in terms of the fact that how latest, how current, how relevant that is. So it's a fairly, so we have a person whose full-time role is to only do this. Okay. She has now maybe 25 years of experience, and she only specializes in doing ref checks.
So basically, you're looking at 100 to 200, you're shortlisting 100 to 200 companies a year in your subsectors which you're interested in. You'll eventually do deals with 4 or 5 of them. So are you looking at the leadership of all of them or only of the potential shortlisted?
Yeah. So firstly, we are not shortlisting 100 to 200 every year. Okay. I'm saying there are 100 to maybe 120 proposals we get every year proactively coming in.
Correct.
Right. When it comes to our research, we raise a fund every 3 to 4 years. Right. And in that fund, we are looking to do about 15 investments. So before start of the fund, we would like to build a short list of maybe max 50 companies, out of which we should be making those 15 investments. Right. So on these 50 companies, right, we would obviously do a deep search on the leadership the way I talked about. But there would probably be another 50 where we would not do as deep, but we'll do some search to come to this 50. So it's like a waterfall. You don't deep dive into every leadership fully, but you do some checks. If they meet, then you do more. Otherwise, you sort of screen that out and so on and so forth. But finding the right leader, and wherever we have got the industry and the leader right, the chances of success are 70-80%. Lot of other things we feel is hygiene. Right. For example, buying it at the right price. Obviously, you shouldn't overly pay for it, but you're paying 5-10% here and there is not going to materially change the stuff. And then we get other things like how the company is positioned and all of those things you have to check and make sure that it's not in any disadvantageous place. But those are, we feel, more hygiene checks. But these two are sort of almost life and death. So most focus is on that, and then we can focus on the company to make sure it's profitable, it's growing, it has the right modes, right customer, no customer concentration. So we have then a framework for evaluating the specific business.
Thomas Carlyle once came up with this phrase, a great man theory of history. And historians have been debating this ever since. And one side of the debate says that history is shaped by great men or great women, as the case might be, who will pop up and who will change everything. Like Gandhi could be an example of that, for example, or Newton. And another theory is that these great men just happen to be right time, right place. And there are currents of history that take them in a particular direction. And okay, we remember them and recognize them, but if they were not there, someone else would be there, right? It's kind of an ongoing debate. I can see both sides. In the context of these companies now, I'm wondering that how much difference does a leader really make? Like at one level, could could you say of a company that is in the right subsector, that you're in the right time at the right place, and if you get the processes in order, then having a good leader is a hygiene factor. You could have one of 10 good leaders and it's fine, it'll work. Or would you say that in a morass of companies in a particular area, the one good leader can be that massive differentiator who actually changes everything? So in a sense, is the great man theory of history come to? What is your sense of?
See, I think it depends upon the stage of evolution of the business. See, if you have a massive institution, okay, then maybe it doesn't matter. You can have one of those 10 leaders and it'll work. So let's take an HDFC or ICICI or any of the big organization. I'm assuming yeah, leader can make a difference, but as long as you get a good leader, they will do largely fine. Maybe they'll do great if you get a great leader, but even if you get a average leader, they may still do reasonably well. But for smaller businesses, it becomes more important. And smaller the business, the more importance of the leader. Because first, the moats are not yet formed. So you're forming the moats, the institutionalization, the processes, the system, the team, everything is nascent. Then each individual in that team becomes very important. Leader obviously is very important. But as the business grows, importance of not only the leader, every person reduces. So I think that's how I would sort of see that it's really linked to the stage of evolution of the business and how important a leader is. And the kind of businesses we buy are reasonably small by that scale. So in our case, the leader is super important.
And how do you deal with the trade off in the mentality that you yourself then have to hold, that when you invested in a business, at one level, your mentality is of the investor and you're seeing the bigger picture within that sector and the subsector and all of that. But at another level, your mentality has to mirror that of the entrepreneur or the CEO in that position and try to go through that journey with him. How do these kind of play out within you?
Yeah, see, for us, because we are an operating partner and an investment partner, that becomes slightly easier.
So each business will have one of each.
Yes.
Oh.
So each business has one investment partner and one operating partner. So that both can do their respective roles and you're not really forcing each one to think the other way, because it's really tough, right? One day you want to think like this, one day you want to think business building. So you can just focus on what you are good at and what you are wired to do. But having said that, I think in the end, as long as we are an investment firm and we are a private equity firm, whenever it comes to any trade-off, we ultimately become investors. Because again, our entire sort of matrix of measurement of performance is only returns. Right? So if you look at our investors, they're not asking us any other question other than obviously they don't want us to do anything, no fraud, no none of that. Issue along with the governance is reasonably fine. They just want us to deliver returns. They're not asking us questions on how good a business we are building. Right? If we want to build an admired business, we want to build a business which is admired by all stakeholders, it has to be our own personal journey. In fact, some of them may even go ahead, if we share with them that we are building a business which is admired by all stakeholders, they may actually say, does that mean we're getting lesser returns?
And your answer would seem to be yes, because in your notes which you sent me about your learnings and your journey, you said that when you look back on this journey in private equity, you'd give yourself 8 or 9 out of 10 in terms of strategy thinking, honest efforts and conduct, transparency, fairness, etc. But in terms of eventual returns delivered to LPs, you'd give yourselves 5 out of 10. Where I surely feel you're being a bit harsh on yourself, but even if you are to actually objectively mean that, is it then something that the LPs don't mind because they're seen as that they also value the values that you do?
No, so I think when we say we got our returns are mediocre and not up to mark, I don't think it has anything to do with we building an admired business or we building business the right way or any of that.
They're
We
not
could have,
related.
they're not related. We could have easily been 8 or 10 on that. We landed up being 5 for 2 reasons, we think. One, we made mistakes. 3 actually.
Mm.
Yeah, 3 or maybe 2, I don't know. So, okay. So, certainly we made mistakes, right? If we didn't make those mistakes, we would have been good. Second, we really got unlucky. Okay. There are things which were just beyond our control. We did everything possible, but things happened the way they were supposed to happen. So, that was a big factor. And finally, the headwinds of economic and macro, this thing were very tough. That you can say there are others who also faced that and they did well. So I'll probably remove that and just say it's 2 factors. One, we made mistakes. And second is the fact that we got unlucky.
Elaborate on the mistakes.
So we got sectors wrong. We got leadership wrong. And when we got them wrong, we didn't change and make it easier. I mean, this thing to do. So that's one. One which has recently hurt us a lot is about we messed up on diligence. We didn't find, we should have found something on diligence, which we didn't. But that is once in a 25-year thing. But most of the others, I would put it in the bucket of either we got the subsector wrong or leadership wrong.
Like which subsector did you get wrong?
Meru cabs,
Hmm.
right? It's a taxi business, right? Incredibly difficult to make money. Even after all the money which Ola and Uber has burned, they are still bleeding like hell,
Hmm.
right? So that's a really tough one. Then we did pest management business, right? Which is high care was a thing. Again, good industry, but very small, right? So the size of the industry was a challenge. We did post-harvest supply chain management and warehousing. Again, we realized that there was structural profitability problem.
Hmm.
So like that, there are examples of this thing which we just feel that we got into the wrong subsector. And that's when we concluded. So if you look at it, when we have invested in these 4 sectors which we have been focused on, our returns have been very good. In those 4 sectors, we'll give ourselves very high marks. But a lot of other things we did outside these 4 sectors. Because 10 years ago, we were sector agnostic.
Hmm.
Those didn't work out. And that learning led to a thing saying that no, it's really important to know the sector well. That means we have to go very deep and narrow. So that's when, for last 10 years, we migrated to being more sector focused.
Tell me about the luck. Because of course we know, I mean, this is a standard life lesson. I think you mentioned it in your learnings, and it's one of the life lessons I learned partly from being a poker player for a few years, that luck is a huge part of life and you control the controllables and you don't sweat what you cannot control. But the thing with poker is that I can get a large sample size very quickly. I can play 100,000 hands in a couple of days if I'm multi-tabling online. Whereas in life, we are just dealt 1 or 2 cards. And in your
Yeah.
case, you might have like 40 cards in 10 years.
Yeah.
And what do you do? So what was the bad luck like, and how do you then deal with it? Because a tendency within the firm also, and perhaps within yourself, would be to blame yourself or to let it get you down, and etc., etc. And I guess as a leader, you then have to take the view that, hey, we did what we could and shit happens.
No, so I think it's incredibly hard because sometimes it is not easy to distinguish, is it our mistake or is it luck? Right? Sometimes you can hide behind luck and not learn the lesson. Or sometimes you can be too hard on yourself. And so it's not easy. Okay. And the way we are as a firm, I think we beat ourselves more than what we should. So we'll end up doing that more than what we need to. But finally, we, after a lot of manthan, I think come to some conclusion. Okay, this is luck and this is there. And again, there is not necessarily that all of us will feel the same. Right. So even within the partnership, right? We may probably agree on 70-80% of them that is luck, but there'll be that 20-30% area where someone will say, no, I don't agree. I think it's a mistake. No, it's luck. So we are not able to agree, and there are different people having different views on that. So I think that's and luck, for example, you can do all possible diligence and reference checks. Finally, that entrepreneur partner and CEO partner, will it be the right fit? Will we get along well and create a good business? It's really random. You can reduce that randomness by doing all the rigorous process of selection, but finally, we can only reduce it to so much. We just have to pray after that it works out well. Right? So that's a great. Similarly, you can do all the analysis in the industry, but there are so many things which can randomly hit you, right? Which you can't factor in today. And similarly, positive things can also happen, right? So both have happened to us. It's not that we've only got bad stuff. And something means the easier one is the regulatory change. We had bought into insurance when insurance regulation only allowed 49% foreign ownership. I think within 3 months of we investing, 74% was allowed. That was hugely value creating because so many more foreigners this thing could come. Right? We had invested in a radio business which had fixed license fee, very high. Everybody was losing money. And our belief was that it will change to revenue share and all, and we had structured it appropriately and all. And it changed within 2 months.
Wow.
Can we take the credit for that? Answer is no. Right? It just so happened. Similarly, we can give you reverse examples of where we thought it will change and it didn't change forever. Similarly, when you're selling a business, right? Suddenly you may get a call from someone saying that this really strategically fits me and I want this business. And the person is willing to pay a great price. Or you can keep trying to sell a business and you may not find a buyer, not because the business is bad or anything like that, but for whatever reason it is not getting. And the same person only felt like that at that time. 5 years, 2 years later, that person would have not bought it. But at that moment, that person felt that need. Really random. We couldn't have created that need. Nothing could have been done to make that happen. It happened. Fundraising. Right? We have time to invest the money for 5 years. We typically try to invest in 3 years. But sometime you may not find opportunity, then it may become 4 years, 4.5 years. And at that time, the macro may be not in your favor. You're stuck. You can't raise the next fund. Macro was in your favor a year earlier, but you couldn't raise because you had the money. That's pure luck, right? It's not something you can so fine tune it that you will make sure that you try to sort of strategize that and you try to align your ducks as much as you can. But these are things which are beyond. You do an IPO. The preparation of IPO takes a year. You start, market is doing well, everything is great. Right? By the time you get your approval, the market turns. Just 2 weeks before you're supposed to launch. And you've done everything. You went as fast. You tried to get it ready really well. No complaint with regulator. Nothing. Everything worked. But it has certain time to finish the process. What do you say? You could have not time. How do you time all these things?
Yeah, and in the long run it evens out, but in the long run we are all dead. So what do you do?
Yeah. And also our business is so long term that if you get the benefit of good luck, it'll stay with you and you can ride that wave for a long time. And if you have bad luck and then you have to live with that pain also for a very long time. So both ends, it's a really long-term business.
So one of my good friends, Mohit Satyanand, who's been on the show a few times, became an angel investor about 10 years back, and now he's in his late 60s. and he was telling me that he's going slow on his angel investments now because his funda was that, look, my horizon is 10 years. If I invest in someone now, I'm going to cash out maybe 10 years later. And I ask myself that 10 years later, I'll be in my late 70s. Does it really make sense to be going through a lot of paperwork and going through all those processes then? So, since the answer is no, it's better that I start winding it down. And I wonder how you think about those time horizons. Like, on the one hand, you're looking at longevity and you're saying, I'll be active till I'm 80 or 100, and inshallah, all that happens. But at the same time, there must be these two contradictory impulses where one impulse, which you obviously have successfully fought, is an impulse people will have for the immediate gratification. Now, by the very nature of choosing this business, you've gone against that, so that is not an issue. But the other impulse also would be that, if everything is 10 years out, your investment today will, become something meaningful maybe when you're 65. Is that what you want to do then? What do you want to do? You will come back to your broader sense of purpose, which you were speaking about earlier. But how has your approach changed over this period of time? Or is your way of thinking of it that, look, I'll just build a great business with great processes and it'll run by itself. And when I want to sign off, I'll sign off, but it'll just run and that's the job.
No, I think from day one, we have this desire that True North will be an institution which will last beyond all of us. And we want to truly build it an institution, including making sure that the ownership of the institution is in a trust for the benefit of all remaining partners, active partners at all points of time. So you sort of structured it to say that. So at all points of time, none of us are thinking about our lifespan. We are saying that this is an investment being made for True North funds, which have perpetuity. Okay, funds may have a life, but as a True North, as a firm, is in perpetuity. So if we are not there, somebody else will manage, and there is no problem. We don't have to think about our personal journey. That's a separate track. But when it comes to investment, we just have to do what is right for our investors and for the fund. Right? Because it's an institution. It is not an individual example. As far as I'm concerned, I think what I need to think and my responsibility is to make sure that I have a good succession plan in place so that, like any other organization, that whenever I need to hand over or whenever the right time, that is a very smooth transition. So that journey has been something which has been on for the last 10 years. Because even from our investor perspective, they always like to know, one, that if you get hit by a bus, who is going to be the next managing partner? And secondly, what is your long-term view and how are you thinking about succession? And even from institution building perspective, I think from other partners' perspective, their growth, they having a view that, yes, this is not something that I'm going to hang on to or be there forever, I think is a useful thing. And we are not a very large firm. I've already been leading it for 25 years. I think having fresh leadership at some point of time can also be useful for the firm, because how much ever I try to stay ahead of the curve, do the right thing, finally I can only do so much. And someone new coming in can bring very different perspective and dimension and take the firm to the next level.
And would you think of handing it over to a 30-year-old, much like, you were at one point in time? Like, when you look at younger people at a broader level, like, how do you see yourself in the context of mentorship, given that, all the people you named were so important to you? Do you go out of your way to play that role to sort of younger people? And in general, what do you think about younger people today in terms of how they might be different from your generation in terms of the way they look at the world and their ethics and so on and so forth?
No, I think the younger generation is as smart or more smart than we are. I don't see any reason to believe that they have any lesser ethics or lesser commitment or lesser desire or any of that to build. I'm not of the belief that the older generation was nicer and the younger generation has a problem, kind of a thing, or the younger generation is better. I think every generation has its pros and cons, and we are only progressing. So to that extent, it's great to have it. But the degrees of freedom I have in terms of what succession planning I can do are fairly limited.
All your partners will have a say. So.
One is the partner will have a say. More importantly, we now have a large set of investors, okay, who have a view on what kind of a leader can potentially be good. So, for example, they will want to make sure that whoever is the managing partner has been in the firm at least 10 years, has experience of multiple cycles of private equity investments, and so on and so forth, which naturally would mean the fact that the person can't be 30 years. See, it happened at that time because Ashok had the freedom to decide what he wanted to do.
New areas,
and
obviously.
it was whatever. And he had that freedom to decide. There was nobody else telling him what to do. But today, that's not the. Even if we believe, even as a partnership, we believe that we have a great 30-year-old who will be great for the firm. I don't think we can convince our investors and others to back us to make that happen. So it'll have to be a fairly straight-jacketed, proven, ticking all boxes person who can take it forward. Obviously, the person should be good for the firm, but it can't be a very radically different.
Tell me about the change in name, because everything that you've been saying about values also resonates deeply, with the name True North, which I think is such a fantastic name. It's memorable and it just fits in perfectly. And you've described elsewhere at, when Alok Nanda suggested this name as a, branding manager in 2017, you didn't even know what it meant. So how did this process happen? Why did you feel there was a need to get a different name? And how did you arrive at this particular name?
Sure. No, it's one of the most memorable journeys I've had. Right. So we used to be called India Value Fund. Okay. And by I think 2010, 2015, private equity was fairly well established asset class. We didn't have to sell private equity. And the general view of people about private equity and entrepreneurs especially and CEO partners is that we are interested in investing and getting our returns and we don't care about anything else. Right? That's the general view. So when we used to go and introduce ourselves that we are an India Value Fund, private equity fund, they said, "Acha, okay, so you are interested in getting the return and getting out, and I guess you don't care." Almost that was sort of the perception of, and not wrongly, because I think that's how most funds behave. Then we would go and say, no, no, yes, we want our returns and that is important to us, but we also really care about how you build the business. We should build an admired business. What are you thinking? Then they'll say, oh, okay, this is very different. This doesn't sound like private equity. Right? Someone will say, okay, this is not private equity. Someone will say it's very different private equity. Then we will talk about the operating model thing that we have operating part. Oh, okay, then it's really different. So then they would say, okay, now we understand. So we realized the fact that we had a brand which was very general, and then we would go out and explain who we are. Right? So why not have a brand which truly represents who we are? Okay, that was sort of the thought process which started, and it was not easy because it was an established brand. 15 years we had spent building India Value Fund. So when we discussed it internally, there was a lot of debate saying, do we really want to go for a new name? Will the new name stick? And a lot of time people change name because there's a problem. Right? So people also feel that will this send a wrong signal that there is some issue and there's a problem? Then we said, let's do that journey. And when we set out on that journey, we said, okay, typically a brand change or a branding exercise is done by the leadership. So the top 5, 7, 10 leaders sit down, work with an expert and come up with a name or the new entity, and then it's communicated down to everyone else. But we felt that no, we want this new identity to be created by almost everybody who's part of India Value Fund family. That would include all the people who work in the businesses in which we have control. Okay, and that number was at that time close to 50,000. Okay, so first step was to find the right partner or expert to help us. Right, so we zeroed on Alok Nanda, and when I met Alok, I told him we want to and I said, whatever comes out of this exercise with 40,000 people is what the name will be. So he asked us, typically he says everybody has a sense of what name they want. Do you know anything? Then we'll build around that. We don't want to have that sense because we truly want it to be organic. So can you please suggest? So he says that you guys must be nuts. It doesn't work this way. Typically, it's an exercise between 5-10 people. This is a creative exercise, and you can't organically create names like this. So it's impossible to do 40,000 people. But I said, no, it's not only about creating the name, it will lead to a lot of bonding. People will feel they are part of an umbrella. And imagine having a feeling that I was part of creating a corporate identity. I said, how many people have that opportunity? We must try and give it to everyone. But he didn't agree. He said it is practically impossible. We zeroed on 1,000 people. We said, okay. He said, 1,000 people I can manage, but not 40,000. We said, okay, at least we will start with our top 1,000 people. And it became a 18-month exercise where we would do multiple workshops. And the way it happened was Alok said that whatever is the new identity you guys come up with has to meet 3 tests. First, it has to be really true to who you are, right? It shouldn't be something you're not, right? Second, it should be differentiating you from your peer set and competitors. So sharply different from everything. And third, it should be sustaining. So even if you change your business, reformat your business, anything, that name you should not be forced to change your identity. You can keep morphing your business and evolving because your identity should remain with you for 50, 100 years kind of stuff. So it should be very sustainable. So keep these things in mind and let's sort of go forward with it. On the first thing on who we are, right? We obviously had workshops where people tried to figure out who we are. Then we also did a very deep exercise with about 120 of our external stakeholders through, again, a research firm called Third Eye. They spent almost a couple of hours with each of these stakeholders trying to understand what do they think, feel, and how they experience India Value Fund. So then all of that got sort of synthesized, and there were lots of pros, cons, what are we good at, what are we not good at, and all those kind of things. But what common theme came out of that was that India Value Fund is a set of people who are generally well-meaning and want to do things the right way. So you can trust them. They may not be the sharpest, they may not be the smartest and all, but they're people who will do the right thing. And that was sort of the common theme which came out. So then Alok suggested that maybe this is a good positioning, right? And he said, okay, let's test it for the other 2 criteria, which is a differentiator, right? And he said, again, when they did a survey of the stakeholder, they also asked about competition, what they feel. He says, typically when people think about private equity, they don't think of them as people who will always do the right, not that they're doing the wrong thing, but that doesn't come up first. First thing comes up with that they're very smart, they're very sharp, they are all kinds of other adjectives, but not necessarily that they're really nice and good people to work with and so on and so forth. So that itself will be a differentiator in the industry. And then it comes to sustainability, they felt that, okay, as far as being good, it's about your conduct. It is not about what business you're running. Whatever business you run, you will conduct it in the right way, in a trustworthy way, in a credible way. So it should be sustainable. So even if you change your strategy and all. So it seemed to meet all the tests, which is basically saying that your positioning should be doing things the right way. So that sort of got frozen, and then say, okay, if that's the positioning, what should be the identity? And then various names were proposed, and one of them was True North. And as I said, I had never heard of true north. So first thing I asked Alok is, Alok, can you please explain what true north means? Then he explained the difference between magnetic north and true north. And I thought it made a lot of sense. And we were actually not very sure that it'll really stick. It appealed to all of us, but we were not sure that it is going to stick. And we are pleasantly surprised at how well it was received and I think many people have said that it is a very apt name for us, which is quite heartwarming. And we feel good that we got the name and people think that this is the right one for us.
No, I agree. I think it's a spectacularly classy name and it ticks all the three boxes. Exceptional name there. Let's take a quick commercial break at this point and come back on the other side. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm still chatting with Vishal and we've spoken about the journey of his life, and I guess in this last section we'll speak about learnings. But before that, here's a question I have. What makes you happy?
That's, I think,
I don't expect a deep philosophical answer, but what are the moments in which you are happy? What was the last time you were happy? What were you doing?
I think I'm happy many times. So I think in general, I feel that I've been incredibly blessed. So I would like to think that I'm happy most times. And things like if I have sort of worked towards something and that happens, then that gives me happiness. If I have a simple thing like a great workout, I'll feel happy. Or if I have a great meal, I can feel happy. Or if I have traveled somewhere and I experience something nice, I can feel happy. And I can generally wake up feeling very happy for no reason. And I think sometimes that it really is not related to anything outside, because you just wake up and you're feeling very happy and feeling incredibly blessed. And there are times when there's nothing wrong, but you're feeling very low and feeling that maybe life is not that great. So it's a very random moment, not necessarily linked to any one thing. But yeah, certainly when I'm able to do something, make some difference to someone, or do something nice, that certainly gives me happiness and makes me feel very nice. That I think is not random. Every time I've been able to do something which I feel will make the other person feel better, feel good, then that makes a big difference.
I was chatting with a few friends of mine, and Ajay was one of them. Like, we'd gone to Beer for a week to shoot a few episodes of Everything is Everything, and we were sitting around with a bunch of people, and I asked them, what makes you happy? And, is it... And the answers were really interesting, and I loved the answers. Like, someone said, I feel happy when I'm playing with my dog, right? Another person said, I feel happy when I'm in the hills. Our friend Ajay Shah said, I'm happy when I get a new idea, right? And I was just thinking that these are great answers because all of them have the power of being happy at will, right? The person who wants to be in the hills can, within limits, go off to the hills whenever they feel like. The person who wants to play with a dog has a dog at home, so she can play with her dog anytime. Ajay can sit by himself and think and hopefully come up with ideas, right? And that's something that I love because I feel like when we are young, and these other people I mentioned are young, unlike Ajay and me perhaps, and I feel like when I think of myself when I was young, all the things that I would count as a source of my happiness were things that were very far away and distant. ये achieve करना है, वो prize चाहिए, ये चाहिए, वो चाहिए. And ultimately, I think over time, we all discover the little things that make us happy. And I think we're truly fortunate if they are within our reach. And when you say making other people happy, or improving other people's lives in some way makes you happy, like what are the kind of instances you think about? Because there also, I think I draw a distinction between causing people to be happy in a way that is measurable and attributable, so you can immediately see ki haan, like you buy a meal for someone who's hungry, obviously you get that immediate gratification. And there are other things where you will never know, where you make a difference to the world and it could be massive and it could scale, but you'll never know. Like if you influence some tiny government policy which makes 1% of a difference to something, and you'll never ever know. I would argue that in your private equity career, by making so many businesses more successful, you have made people happy, not just in terms of the companies and the people who work there, but they've been successful because they've improved the amount of value in the world, they've served their customers and whatever. And all of that cannot be measured. So how do you think about these different ways of sort of improving lives?
Yeah, I think I would say that both of them makes one happy. So clearly, I am not at all underestimating the kind of opportunity which we all got presented to make a difference. So that's why I said on most days, I wake up feeling very blessed and happy, and I go to sleep feeling very blessed and happy because of exactly what you said. Ki the kind of opportunity we had to learn, make a difference is just out of the charts. Similarly, doing small things which directly is making somebody else happy also gives you joy, right? As you said, if you can make a difference to somebody's life directly and you can see that you have made a difference and the person is feeling happy, that also good. So I think it both ways. So it's not an either or situation, but equally, I just feel that it is so much internal that there are times when you are just feeling happy because of everything which is there, and there are times when everything is the same but you're not feeling so happy. And if you ask yourself why are you unhappy, nothing has changed, but you're feeling unhappy. Similarly, you're feeling happy. Yesterday you were feeling unhappy, today you're feeling happy, nothing has changed, but you're feeling happy, right? So to that extent, they say, when they say that happiness is truly internal and it is not necessarily related to any external event which is going, I think that is so true. And we just have to observe ourselves and we'll come to a conclusion that we are randomly happy and unhappy.
The zen you find at the top of the mountain is a zen you carry with you. What are you intentional about? Like you've mentioned earlier how you're intentional about your health, and you're intentional about your diet, you're intentional about reading as much as you can. What else are you intentional about that you perhaps weren't? Like the one area that I find the hardest is really to be intentional about people, because it is almost as if the default mode for most people, the way we are wired, is to think is the main character syndrome, that we are the main character, everyone else is a side character in the play, or they are instrumental to us, and we think of themselves through that instrumentality and don't actually begin to relate to them as people. So how has that journey been for you? Like you sent me a word doc with a bunch of your learnings from your journey from your life, and some of them seem very nuanced and on this subject as well. Like one of your learnings was, it is not possible to know anyone fully, which is incredibly profound, and most people don't get it. Most people, like I would in fact argue, it's not possible even to know yourself fully. But leaving that aside, it is certainly utterly impossible to know even a fraction of any other person fully, because people are complex and yet we deal with them in such simple ways. And I think that is our default mode, and I try to kind of get out of that mode sometimes and actually be with the person, as in not just through the prism of what I'm feeling in the moment. How has that journey been for you?
No, I think, well, it is incredibly complex to deal with human beings, right? Because all of us are so complex and it's a constant learning journey. And if we can detach ourselves and be more of an observer versus try to say that we are going to make, I think it's far more enjoyable. Because the moment we start really personalizing it, then we start getting impacted, we start feeling bad, or we start feeling good, or we start feeling. But the moment we say, we are more observing how the person is, let's figure it out, let's see it, then I think it is a very different, then it becomes a very interesting learning experience. And also to not sit in judgment. I think we are very quick to judge what is right, what is wrong, who is good, who is not good, what is it, bucket them here and there. To say that there is really nothing right or wrong. No person is bad, right? It is just our perspective that we may like, not like, we may choose to be, not choose, but that doesn't make the person bad. So if we keep some of these things in mind, I think it gets easier. And also, one of the values we had sort of said we will practice, we will, our initial bias will be that everybody is good and fair, unless proven otherwise. Right. And I think that's a very interesting way of thinking about the world, because what that does is immediately you think very positively versus saying that, oh, I need to be careful with everybody. Everybody's out there to take me for a ride. Everybody is selfish. Everybody is mean, unless proven otherwise. That's a very burdensome way to live. And if you're starting with the premise that other person is good, it just, in my mind, makes life a lot easier. And I have not had too many instances where it has really led to a huge price because I have naively assumed that somebody is good and that person has come and really taken us for a ride or has costed us a lot of money. So, worry people have is that, oh, if I assume that the person is good, in the end, I'll get hurt because that person will take me for a ride. At least in my experience, that hasn't happened much. So, it still helps to assume that the person is a good person and then deal with the person with good respect and also treat the person the way you want to be treated. I think all of us, for example, I know so many people whose EQ may not be necessarily great, but that does not mean that they don't want to be treated with great level of empathy and this thing. They expect huge empathy, but when it comes to their behaving with others, they're thinking, why do I need to be so sensitive and so empathetic? It's okay.
One of my rules for all interactions is assume goodwill. So exactly what you said, unless you have reason to believe otherwise, assume goodwill. And also, what I do is I assume goodwill, but the moment I see people acting in bad faith or being toxic or whatever, I cut them off immediately. So I'm just really clear that, just cut the negative out of your life, keep the positivity. And I also relate to what you said about not judging people, which is, social media is the opposite of assume goodwill. You're always judging others, and judgment, as I keep pointing out, is an act of ego. When you judge someone, it makes you feel more virtuous, so you feel more knowledgeable. And to recognize that is to, just stop judging people, in the sense that you can judge actions. People might do things which you say are bad or good, and even that you should be careful to rush to judgment. But people themselves, to call them good people or bad people, is just really simplistic. People are deeply complex, but a lot of our discourse has kind of moved in that direction. I also want to know, after all these years, how do you define success? Like early on in your life, success, like when you were at Anderson, success would have been defined as just completing the task you're doing at a certain level of excellence. Your boss is happy with you. At India Value Fund, it would have been something different. By the time IVF became True North, it would have been something even different. What does success actually, how would you define it today, and what advice would you give to others on defining success, and how that is a determinant also of then how you define happiness?
So I think it's incredibly important to have a definition of success very clearly in your head. Because if we don't define it for ourselves, invariably it will get defined by society. right? And society definition of success seems to be fame, money, power, in whichever order you want to look at it. Those are three things which they see. All three of them are so random, right? So I think it's very important to define success based on input factors versus output, just because output is really random. And if you're going to define success based on that randomness, okay, the chances that we will be unhappy are huge. So, so to me, I feel success is when we have given the right level of input to anything we want to do. And I'm not even suggesting that we need to give 120% to everything, because we cannot. It's very good to say that we should always do our best. We can't do our best in everything. You choose that, okay, this X thing I'm going to give my best. Y thing I'm going to do 80%. Z thing I'm going to do 50%. Then do that. And as long as you have done that well to your own satisfaction, then you should be happy. It's very tough, but that's the only thing in our control, and that's the only way we can be at peace at most times. The moment we do anything else, either we say that we want to do 120% of everything, we are going in trouble because we can't do 120% of everything. Or if we look at the output is going to be random. So it's, I think, incredibly important that all of us sit down with our children, first sit down with ourselves, then with our children, our friends, everybody, and really try and get the definition of success clearly defined and live with it. And it's not easy because everybody around is not going to use that definition. We can keep saying that a definition of success is input, right? But our LPs are not going to be happy with that. They think, yeah, input is fine, but finally we need our returns. That's output. They'll give us some credit maybe for the input and all, but ultimately it will be output. So you are in some way sort of swimming against a tide where everybody else wants you to, will judge you by output. But you need to somewhere get that strength to say, yeah, they may be doing that, that's fine. But I'm going to judge myself and everybody I feel around me based on inputs and not outputs.
You know, near the start of this episode, you spoke about the personal branding exercise you went through, where you sat down and went through a process and defined your own purpose, vision, mission, and values. So I won't insist that you share them if they're too personal to you, but otherwise, if you're okay with sharing them, I'd be very curious at knowing what they are and how you sort of arrived at those.
So I think as far as the purpose is concerned, I said the purpose has been twofold. And purpose was really, what do I really enjoy doing?
Mm-hmm.
And what gives me a lot of satisfaction and fulfillment. And one was learning, that I just love learning and I want to keep learning newer and newer things and different things kind of thing. And second is making a difference, right? Making a difference to the smallest thing to the largest thing, whatever. So I don't have any thing that I want to change the world or I want to change the country or society. I said, yeah, if I can, great, I would love to. But even if I can make a small difference to one individual, that also is good, kind of thing. So I think that became sort of the overarching thing in terms of what everything that I do has to fit into one of the two things. It has to either lead into learning or it has to lead to making a difference. And that is when then the whole thing about wellness, reading, travel, working with social organization, working with businesses which are truly trying to be admired by all stakeholders. So they all fitted in to these two areas.
In the list that you sent me, you also had these lines which I resonate with. Being disciplined is very hard. And then another line after that, knowing something is not enough. And finally, you talk about how we are creatures of habit. We've got a biological setup and a hardwiring, and it's important to recognize that. Tell me a little bit more about your learnings in this regard, because you spoke earlier about how so much of your life has been calendarized and all of that. But even to adhere to that is difficult. The work that you did by getting your health up from allegedly 1.5 out of 10 to 5 out of 10, though the way from what I can see in front of me, it seems like 8 or 9 at least. So how does that happen? How do you think about building discipline, and how do you think about aligning it with the person you are? Like earlier when we were talking at lunch and I was telling you about my struggles with discipline, you were saying that, listen, you can't turn into something you're not. Within the parameters of what you know you are and what your nature is, you have to make that work the best you can. So elaborate on your learnings on this and your journey a little bit.
Yeah. First, if we really want to do something well, right, I think being disciplined is the only way to, means it's a very important. I wouldn't say only way because I'm sure there are other ways people have figured out how to do, but being disciplined is an important element. But it's not easy to be disciplined because it also depends upon how we are wired. Not everybody is wired for discipline, right? So first, fortunately for me, I think I'm naturally wired to be disciplined. In fact, I'm trying to be less. So I'm naturally wired to be disciplined, and I was in an environment which promoted or which forced me to be disciplined. So combination of that made me too disciplined or too planned, and I'm trying to sort of change that. But that was just happened. But equally, I think everybody should figure that out in terms of where are they, how are they wired. So, for example, I'm just wired not to work out on my own. Right? It's really difficult for me to, even though as much as I like being fit and all those things, if I don't have a trainer, I don't do a good job. And I've been beating myself up for many years saying how bad I am, that I can't be self motivated, self disciplined. Why do I need a trainer? But I need. And when I sort of did some analysis and came to a conclusion that that seems to be my wiring, that I will always do better if I have a trainer. Okay, then I have to accept that and say, okay, let me now make sure I can have a trainer and I still do what I have to do, but I'll do it with help. And when I talked about knowing things, so like, for example, I know for a fact that meditation is really good for me. But do I meditate enough? Answer is no. So many people will know that walking is good for them, exercise is good for them. But when will our mind, when will that penny drop in our mind and our mind will make us do it? Again, it's such a random stuff, and I don't know how it happens. Right. So I think that's about the discipline part, that each one of us is very different. Each one of us can deal with it differently. We just need to figure out. And I think changing ourselves is really hard. And we are constantly struggling with so many things. Do we want to add one more change to our list of things to struggle with? I'm not so sure. Unless really necessary, why change? Because there are enough things which we'll need to change for and be agile, and which we don't have a choice. So wherever we have a choice not to change and play to our strengths as we are, maybe makes more sense.
When you say that you should not fight against your basic nature, for example, in the context of discipline, how does it play out? Like what are the different views of discipline that can coexist, and you don't have to go against your basic nature to do one over the other? For example, your nature, as you pointed out, aligns very well with the calendarized kind of life, and the regimentation has worked for you perhaps too well. But what other ways of organizing one's life are there, of treating work differently? Like, for whom would this not work? For whom would this be something that you should not aspire to?
Yeah, so like there are, I think, people I've seen who just thrive in being spontaneous. If you try to box them and say that this is the structure and this is how you should do things or think, they just feel very suffocated. They'll do it, right? But they don't enjoy and they don't thrive in that. So I think then we need to see if we can find a way where they can be little more free, wheeling, and they can thrive really in that spontaneity, do things randomly, have more latitude than saying you need to deliver in this disciplined manner where very predictably this output will come. Versus saying that, okay, you may not give me predictable output, but you'll give me output once in 6 months or 1 year, but that will make up for all of that, provided one has the luxury. Sometimes some businesses don't have that luxury, and you need to make sure that it happens in a very disciplined manner.
Another value you spoke about in your note to me was the alignment of personal and workplace values. And once one phrase that I picked up from a friend of mine, Deepak VS, is how you do the small things is how you do the big things, and I think that that's hugely important to me. And that's why phrases like quiet quitting and all just fill me with disgust, because I think everything that you sit down to do, you have to do with a certain amount of respect and regard for it. Otherwise, it simply doesn't work. But how do you I can understand aligning those values when it comes to values like a fundamental honesty and respecting the other person. Those align very easily across both domains. But otherwise, at the workplace, you would also need to be disciplined and regimented. Whereas in your personal life, there might be more spontaneity expected of you by your family. कि चलो आज यहाँ जाते हैं, घूमने चलते हैं, and you can't then look at your phone and say, no, my sleep time is scheduled in the next hour. So how do you kind of deal with that? Like, in what ways are you a different person at home than at the workplace?
So no, so when I was talking about alignment of work values, I was talking about at a more macro and a higher level, not at a micro
Hmm.
level, because a lot of times people believe that work life and home life is different. That when you come to work, you should leave your troubles at home behind. And when you come home, you should leave your work troubles. I think that's a very artificial divide. I think we have one mind, and that mind has everything. So when people are coming to work, they are bringing back whatever was going on at home to office. Similarly, when they come home, they are bringing, so it's all one life. So there should ideally not be too much conflict between some core basic values at work and saying that these are two separate lives, so separate buckets, I can keep them completely independent. I think that's the point I was trying to sort of highlight there. And even at work, we tell people that please share with us what's going on in your mind, what is bothering you. Doesn't matter it is work related or personal related, because it's all one. It's not that we are not interested in your life outside. Not that we want to prey on that, but you want to share, please share, because it matters to us that you are overall at peace, you are overall feeling fulfilled. So please treat this as one life and not two separate lives.
When you send me that note about your learnings from businesses, one that really struck me was about how every interaction builds culture. Where you were speaking about how every single interaction you have within a company reflects your values and helps build culture. Can you elaborate on that a bit? That what kind of interactions are you then looking at? I already know that you don't have a corner office, as it were, in your workplace. So so give me a broader sense of how you set your office culture and what are the trade-offs involved in the choices that you make.
So I think when I talk about every interaction, I mean every interaction of every individual who is part of the firm, right? So for example, when we have a receptionist, how she greets our guests or how she thinks about the guests. So just to give an example, some people who come more often and may not be every month or something, even 3, 4 months, and they've been coming, what coffee they like. There's no mandate that we need to keep a track and serve that coffee. We can ask what you like and give it to them, right? But this person actually keeps a track, and as soon as that person arrives, that coffee, right coffee, is available to that person. Okay, it just shows that this person cares, right? And that's building a caring culture. Just an example of that. Similarly, when we are having a discussion, right? How does a person who's least experienced or junior around the table, that voice heard? How is that person made to feel? How included the person feels, or how valued that person feels? Like, will just show the fact that, okay, it's a place which truly values each individual for who they are, and it's not about the hierarchy, right? When there are disagreements, okay, how does that get dealt with? And when you leave the room, what is sort of the conduct post that would sort of again set a culture, right? And in private equity business, for whatever reason, because they are providing capital, generally there is a view that we can have a chip on our shoulder. People will take a lot of sort of not so good behavior, arrogance in their stride, and no one will complain, right? But equally, if you say that no, you are in a service business, doesn't matter capital or otherwise, there is no reason for us to be arrogant. We need to be really humble. And every interaction then with anybody outside is humble. Humility becomes something people can sense that, okay, these guys are grounded, they don't have a chip on the shoulder, they're open to listening. So, to that, and every time you don't behave that way, it destroys culture, and it destroys more than it builds. Because when you do something which is not appropriate, it'll undo 10 good things you have done. Right? You may never raise your voice ever, but once you raise your voice, it is going to stay with you for a long time that you sort of raise your voice and,
Has that happened to you?
oh yeah.
How did you deal with it?
No, I just feel terrible after that. And whenever that has happened, I think unless I go and profusely apologize to that person after that, I can't be at peace. And I just feel terrible because I made a mistake, right? And that's not how we are supposed to be, and that's not how anybody should be, kind of thing. But it happens. So it's not that I won't say that I'm.
I think about the modes of living sometimes, and I think one of the great dangers of modern life is that we are trapped in the shallow mode where we are scrolling, swiping all the time, and don't do deep immersion at all. And I think that's also a great danger, especially in the modern workplace, because a lot of the job of a manager does not require deep work. Shallow concentration is enough because you're coordinating meetings, you're coordinating things, you're talking to people, etc., etc. And that's fine. You need to be in that mode for things to function and for things to get coordinated a lot of the time. But the danger also is that the sort of deep thinking that is required in your job also may not get enough time. Now, I think of one interesting way in which Jeff Bezos tried to handle this in Amazon, where he banned PowerPoints and where he said that every time there's a meeting, I want you to write like a 3-page note or a 4-page note in proper paragraphs in proper language, and copies of that have to go out to everyone, and they have to sit and read that for 5 minutes, and then we can begin a discussion. And I think that is really fantastic because it is not just some kind of Luddite objection to the technology of a slideshow or whatever, but it is encouraging you to think with a certain depth and a certain thereof. And when you have that printed note, it doesn't matter if it's from a junior or a senior person. Everybody has to read the damn thing and be able to parse it and to have an opinion. So how do you think about workplace culture in that sense? Because with a lot of the people, with all the people who work for you, you essentially you want everyone to A, do that sort of deep thinking, and B, also take ownership in every project. Some firms, what happens is the guys at the top have skin in the game, they'll of course be involved, whereas everyone else is going through the motions. And obviously, in a good firm, you want to avoid that. You want everyone to feel invested. So what are your sort of thoughts on these things and how you've managed them?
Yeah. No, I think it's incredibly important to have everybody equally invested in whatever one is doing, and thinking that all of us have only one objective, to do what is the right thing for the firm and our investors. Right. So the fact that the only reason we exist is to do the right thing for our investors and consequently the firm, I think that is something which needs to be constantly been reminded and drilled into everyone so that people are clear. And also it depends upon how the leaders behave. See, if the leaders are apolitical and are constantly making decisions which are always in interest of the business and the firm, everybody can see it. Right? People are incredibly observant. And the moment they know that some decision is being made which is not necessarily in that, they'll immediately pick it up. Right? So first the behavior of the leaders, right? And then they need to communicate right. Then you need to set up your incentive structures appropriately to make sure that it is not that just the top guys are taking away most of the thing. It is actually percolating down and it's being shared fairly across the organization. And then set processes as per decision making, as you gave an example, right? Even in our case, whenever we have an investment proposal, right, there is a proper structured note which has to go out to everybody before the meeting, few days before the meeting. Everybody has to read, right, and come prepared in terms of their point of view. And also, if you have not read it, you will not be able to contribute to the discussion. In many times, we even expect people to, in writing, send their views or even vote on that. And we haven't done it for everything all the time, but we are thinking of going that path where before the meeting, you have to give your point of view with reasons. And then have the meeting, have a discussion. And once again, after the meeting, again, you have to give your, so that one, you are avoiding groupthink. And secondly, it gives you an opportunity to benefit from everybody else's view. And then again, if you want to change anything which you felt. So both ways you have a, so some of these kind of processes, and there are various hacks for this to do. I think one must implement that. But it starts first by the belief system. That do you believe you want everybody involved? A lot of time, I think leaders don't want everybody involved. They're very happy saying the fact that I just want other people to execute. I or my few close partners will make all the decisions. Everybody will execute. So I really don't want too much thinking going around there. So it also depends upon, if you believe you want it, then I think you need to do all these things and then it is possible to make it happen.
And what are like, as time went by in the last 25 years with the world changing so rapidly, what are the blind spots you became aware of in your own way of looking at the world? Like, I think it's awesome, like that way that you described, where a bunch of leaders will make the decision and the everyone else will execute, is how big companies typically get ossified, become irrelevant, get disrupted, and then fall apart, right? So obviously, you've avoided that particular trap. But what are the ways in which you've had to significantly upgrade your frameworks or lenses or the way you look at the world?
Yeah. So I think a lot of learning and a lot of evolution. Firstly, I think one conclusion we have come to is that there is no one right way of building a business, right? Even the point you mentioned that if you have few leaders making a decision and passing it down, that firm will not succeed. Actually, there are examples of firms which are doing that incredibly well, right? So when you look out, you just come to a conclusion that really there is no one recipe for success. There are different things people have tried, and it all depends upon the people around the table, what worked, history, I don't know, many things. But every organization is very unique and different. As far as I think we are concerned, the big evolution which happened, we got together as a partnership, and we felt that partnership necessarily means that each person is deeply invested in the firm and is trying to do the right thing and should have the freedom to do what they want to do. Right? So we should have very few sort of firm-wide frameworks, firm-wide structures. Let each partner lead the thing and things will happen. And then we realize the fact that, yeah, that is true, but then everybody's learning curve is different. So you have one partner which made a mistake, learned from it, and will never not repeat it again. But the other partner has not learned that. So that person is going to make a mistake again and will pay a price again. Okay. And then that partner will learn. So the firm is continuously paying a price because some partner is learning. So yes, we are a partnership. We need to empower our partner. They must have the freedom, but there's also importance to certain institutional learnings. And we need to codify that, and we cannot give this level of freedom to everyone saying that please feel free, you're fully aligned, you're fully do your best, and we are fine with it. We're saying yes, all that is there, but these are the learning we've had. This you can't repeat. You can't say no, it has worked for me, I want to do it, and then you will learn again, and by then we would have paid a price. So I think that one evolution happened, that yes, in a partnership, people can have freedom. They should do what they want, but there are certain institutional learning which everybody has to sort of imbibe and make sure we don't repeat it as a firm and as a partnership. And then also make sure that we learn from each other. Because partnership also means that we work fairly independently. At one point, we were almost like a federation of partners, very aligned, all pulling in the same direction, but still fairly independent. But we realize then that is, if that is the case, then we are all not truly learning from each other. So how do we become more cohesive? How do we come together more, learn from each other? That also means little less freedom. We are more an institution than a sort of a free partnership. So I think that's been a big learning. Because of that, I think now we are more structured, more institutionalized, and even agreeing that framework on what is a framework for good investments is not easy because, as I said, not everything is so crystal clear. People can have some views. We can probably agree on 50% of things. Balance 50% of things are fairly subjective.
I want to double click on the question of structure and form and how it determines what a company becomes. Like you've said, that the fact that you have a partnership structure means that the incentives go in a particular way and they are what they are, and then you can mitigate some of that or amplify some of that. Similarly, the company had kind of sort of gone with the original vision, and Gary had kind of stayed on and you were working under him. The incentives would have been different, the structure would have been different, you would all have been employees or a support staff, and it would have worked differently. Similarly, if you were the grand poobah and you owned the whole thing and all these guys were working for you, different incentives, different structure, so within a firm, the structure drives everything. Zooming up a little bit and looking at the structure of corporations in general, right? We've normalized that companies look the way that they do, that there is a hierarchical structure, there's a CEO on top, it's a very top-down kind of thing. People go to offices, they work in their cubicles, there might be a corner office for the leader, they might not, as in your case, but everything looks kind of the same. And that structure seems to work excellently up to a point where large corporations can get really ossified and eventually they are disrupted. But if you look at anything large in a social context, whether you look at the evolution of language or society itself or the way economies work through the price system, it's all a bottom-up process. Beyond a certain point, top-down simply doesn't work, it falls apart. So is there a sense that there are different structures possible within the context of corporations or within the context even of how corporations relate to each other, which we don't think about simply because we've so normalized a particular way of doing things that never occurs to us? So what are your sort of thoughts on this? Because I think the landscape has kind of been shifting a bit in the last couple of decades. What's your sense?
No, I think I completely agree with you that we need to find a more effective and better way of organizing businesses. Okay. And it is hard. right? Also because we are focused on the short term of delivering quarterly results, right? When you're delivering that, you don't want to shake the tree too much, because if any change you're doing, it may not work, it may need some experimentation, it may do, and it will mean that business might wobble on the way, and nobody wants to take that risk, right? It's only if you have some founder who is starting a business, has some dream or vision of doing things differently, maybe he'll try that out. Like, for example, when Google started, like, they started with a very different idea, just because the founders there, eventually they also migrated to a normal structure, but they started differently. So I think that can happen, but for a large organization to think differently is very, very hard. But it needs to happen, because I don't think this is a very sustainable structure where it's largely top down and not as much bottoms up. I think the Japanese tried doing that in their manufacturing stuff, where they tried to make sure that there's a lot of bottoms up input going into that, and that worked quite well for them. But I think it's important to do that. We have seen some experiments being made in our organization by our CEO partner, then they were quite interesting.
For example?
Right. So in one of the businesses, the branch office never had MBAs. Right. So these were people who were normal graduates. There were many of them, and their roles were split. Their loans were done differently. And this CEO decided that, no, I want to get significantly more sort of qualified people, and I'll make them full responsible for the P&L of that branch, and they'll handle everything. And it was unique. Nobody had done it in the industry, and that business's productivity is 2x of the whole industry.
Wow.
And people are also happy, because they're at very young age, they're getting full responsibility, but they're more qualified, they get paid better. So I think it's a win-win for that. Similarly, we have been trying that with nurses in hospital. See, one of the big challenges is that our ability to pay the nurses is very limited, because there is only so much pool of money available to pay them. But if you go and see nurses in developed countries, they almost do 60-70% of the job which a doctor does. Right. So we said, why can't we train our nurses to do that, so that we can also pay them well? And if we pay them well, then they won't have to go abroad looking for a job. Right. So we give them better career. Doctors should be happy, because it'll increase their productivity. It'll be win-win for all of them. So that seems to be working very well, which is again very different from what anything else is happening. So having nurses highly empowered and highly qualified, highly trained, where they pretty much do 60, 70, 80% of what a doctor can do, is a wonderful thing. Again, bottoms up, as you said, you're empowering the bottom to do that. There's some examples where things have been tried differently and they've had very good results. I think a lot more needs to happen. But I think for that, one needs time and flexibility. If one is on a treadmill where you have to deliver month on month, quarter on quarter, you can't afford any wobble on the way, then it's tough to experiment.
When one thinks of the question of what does society want or how is society changing, I think one underestimated way of getting there is just examining people's wants and desires through what the marketplace tells you, right? And you've had, in a sense, a unique vantage point where you've been able to take the bird's eye view of business, of the markets, for a long time, for 2.5 decades at least, while you've been here. So, do you feel that there are interesting insights into society itself to be had from the data that you get from the marketplace and what you see there? And if so, what are the counterintuitive things that you have learned about our society which you think may not be obvious to a man on the street like me?
I don't think I have really thought in that direction. Yeah. So I think it's a very interesting question.
Has something surprised you?
I think I'll have to think much more on that. And but it's a very interesting question. I never thought of it that way, but you're right that we have a very interesting vantage point and we should be able to extract some good insights out of that. I will certainly think about it and we'll talk about it in future.
We'll talk about it in future. Glad to know that there'll be a future. So I was chatting with a friend of mine about the recent US elections and how all the polls were kind of all over the place. And he was talking about how there is this French guy apparently who did an interesting kind of poll where instead of asking people who they supported, they asked people who does your neighbor support. And he felt that that would be more valuable. And from the data, he was so convinced that Trump was going to win that he bet 30 million of his own money in pushing that. And I found that was an innovative way. And while I was chatting with my friends, I told them about this book called Everybody Lies by Seth Stevens-Davidowitz. Have you heard of it? So the funda of the book is that Stevens-Davidowitz had his thesis, which I entirely agree with, is that people are most truly themselves when they are searching for things on the internet. So he managed to get from Google and other big sites a ton of anonymized data and use that to come up with a host of incredible insights. So they're all there in his book, Everybody Lies. So when I was chatting with my friend Devanshu Datta, who's been on the show, he was in Bombay recently. So I was telling him that, I feel that the best view into how people are going to vote, for example, if you want to, talk about an election, is just looking at that anonymized search data, right? And a day after I said this to him, there was a piece in The Economist by Seth Stevens-Davidowitz, and among the things he said is that from whether a person is searching for Trump versus Harris or Harris versus Trump, you can make out who they support and you can draw conclusions from that. So it was mind blowing. So I'm just kind of thinking aloud and thinking that a lot of the dispersed data that you have, which you may never have looked at in this light, surely carries some.
No, absolutely. No, it's a very, very interesting perspective and good food for thought, and we'll certainly think about it.
Next time, you better get a list of 10 things you thought you knew, but you were wrong about. Yeah. So I've taken a lot of your time today. So I'm going to kind of, and you've just promised to come again on the show. So with that pleasurable promise extracted, I'm going to ask you to end the show with something I ask all my guests to end with, which is for me and my listeners, recommend books, films, music, whatever you feel like, any kind of art at all that you love so much you want to share it with the world.
It would be you're saying either a book or a art or
book, films, music, absolutely anything that gives you joy and you want to share it. One of my guests spoke about a certain kind of ballroom dancing that he started teaching himself. This was in DC. So
okay. So no, I think what I love doing is going on treks. So I would highly recommend that everybody should experience going on a nice trek, however short or long, depending upon the person's this thing, because one of the most beautiful experiences I've had is going on a nice long trek in the Himalayas. So I would highly recommend that to everyone.
Vishal, thank you so much for your time. This was great fun.
Thank you.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Vishal is not there on any social media. That's why he's so effective and gets so much done. But you can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.